Hey, what's up, Respiratory? Hello, hello. Hello. What's up, Holly? How you doing? Hello, Julie. How you doing? Hello, hello. Brianna, hey, how are you? Good to see you. Maria, hi. Hi, 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 hi. What's up, Sandy? What's up, Respiratory? And what's up, Michelle? Hello. Hello, hello. All right, I am all the way to the top. What's up, Jackie? Hi. Hey, thank you. I appreciate the rose. Thank you so much. Man, did your brain get enough study time? Oh my goodness, you have no idea. You have no idea. What's up, Fluter? I'm telling you what, like I mean, that was so much. I had to stop. It was like it was crazy because I had all the intentions in the world to go live last night because I had the free time, but I couldn't do it because I just wasn't there yet. And I'm like, I need to take more time on this because there's so, like, what I'm telling you, once I started just going, I'm, it is, it's challenging. But it's good. I'm not complaining in any kind of way. I mean, when I say my brain was hurting, it's hurting in the best way. But it's an adventure, and I had so much fun. Like, I'm excited to talk about the things that we're going to talk about tonight. Just so you know, there's going to be so many fun things that we're going to talk about, so many connections, and it's just going to be like bam, 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 and it's just so neat. I was just tickled over here learning some of the stuff that I learned, and some of it was refresher for me. But even then, like even if I learned something months ago, I still needed to learn it again. Um, but there's some pretty neat stuff that we're gonna have to tackle tonight, and it's gonna you're just to be honest, the disclaimer, the first as we go throughout this genealogy in Matthew chapter 1. I'm going to try to do my best to explain something, but you guys might be a little confused. But that's because it is rather confusing. But it'll be fun. If it clicks for you, it'll be really neat. Are you going to offend us? Holly, do you want to be offended? Because I'm going to do it. No, what's up, Wardorm? How you doing? I'm excited. Let's go, Michelle. Yeah, me too. Hi, Lori. Hi, Ryan. I hope your evening is going good. What's up, Realist Music? How you doing, man? How's your Bible study going? Are you still doing that? Um, Abby, hello. Just got home from church service. Now ready to jump into a study. Let's go, Brianna. Excited for tonight's study, right, Sandy? Oh man, it is gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting, to kick things off, and we're. Oh man, go get some coffee. I'm telling you, like your brain's gonna need to be on right now. Didn't get an alert for your live. Oh, Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. What's up, Brandon? How you doing, man? Guys, if you haven't followed this guy yet, go give him a follow. Solid dude, and I appreciate everything that he does. So you could go support him. But he's another solid person to follow. Makes really good content. I'm sure most of you guys know who he is by now. But Rapture yet? Not yet, Brandon. I'm hoping for him, man. I mean, it is crazy. Um, just cut off Pastor Sam's live. Very cool. What's up, Amber? How you doing? Hello, Ren. Oh, Stow. Hey, you should feel honored, Brandon. I don't really say that very often about TikTok creators. We're ready for another Bible study. Let's go, Justin. How you doing, man? Um, Hi. Have been so busy, so missed you. Let's go, Stephanie. Oh, I'm glad you're here. All these are up on YouTube, Stephanie, just in case you're wondering. So if you feel like going back on something, then that is an option for you. But yeah, we're going to be talking about a lot of things tonight. Yeah. So why'd you put a U? Why did you put a U in there? On Howard, I just blocked. Yeah, Stephanie, I didn't know if you knew that. I'm just letting you know. Oh man, Brandon asks if the rapture is happened yet. I know he's kidding, obviously, but it's really interesting. So let's go ahead and talk about some of the things that are happening in our world right now, just because that's the proper way to spell it. So just in case you guys, I mean, I'm sure many of you guys who have been here are tracking a lot of these things that are happening over in Israel, but you know, Israel is fighting on 7 fronts. We know that. That's nothing new, but it's something that you need to really let sink in just so you can try to comprehend it. And that's not counting all the political fronts. That's just all the actual battle fronts. And so that's really fascinating. And it seems like everybody is waiting for Iran to do something about it because Iran made this big threat and this big promise about what's going to happen. I don't want to work tomorrow either. Yeah, no, I totally get it. I actually don't work tomorrow or the next day or the next day. I got to go to Boston, so I'll be MIA for a little bit. But yeah, no, everybody's waiting for Iran to attack Israel because they made the statement that they would do that. And I think it's interesting that they haven't done that because just a little bit ago, Anthony Blinken, one of our guys who's a complete, one of those guys, he made the statement that Iran is about 1 week away from having nuclear capabilities, which I think is very interesting. Israel has already made the statement that they are not going to allow Iran to have nuclear capabilities, and so it's like really interesting to see if Israel's going to make a preemptive strike. There's all kinds of those kinds of thoughts going on, but just the idea of Iran having that type of weaponry really escalates things, just of that being a possibility. And I think that's very fascinating to think about because the people who want to hurt Israel the most are now coming into the realm of possibility of acquiring such weaponry that they could really do some big time damage. And I'm just like, man, one way or the other, that's going to escalate things. So I just think that that's important to understand. Yeah, Netanyahu said he made it clear that it will not allow it. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's very interesting. Yeah, and woohoo, made it excited for tonight. Let's go. When you're not live, the wife and I are watching your YouTube, the book of Daniel currently. Awesome. Justin, what chapter are you in? Because we're actually going to have to go to Daniel tonight because of some other things. Good luck. Fun games. No hunger. What? I don't know what that means. Okay. Thank you. But yeah, I just think that that's very going to chapter 3. Cool. All right. Well, we'll be talking about some things tonight that in chapter 4 and in chapter 5. So you'll get a little glimpse ahead if you keep following along in those studies. But I just want you guys to know that is on the horizon within 7 to 14 days. Like that's like the window that America put on the time frame as far as when they might have that weapon, which is fascinating. Going into chapter 3, So that's what I wanted to kind of talk about. Also, just a little prayer request. Brandon, just so you know, I was praying for you. I've been praying for you. I don't know any new updates on your end of the world with your personal life, but something that I know many of you guys know, Deidre, and I'm just letting you guys know, Deidre just told me today, just a little bit ago actually, that her father passed away. And so she had, heart surgery, and she's getting worked on, and she's going through that. She's healing up okay, but I mean, it was just heartbreaking reading that message when she worded it the way that she worded it. She said, "My daddy passed away today." And so the way that she worded it by saying the phrase "daddy," it's just, Deidre is probably, 55 years old, somewhere around there, 60 years old, somewhere around there. If I had to guess, just based upon her profile picture, I have no idea how old she is. Maybe I'm offending her right now by guessing her age. I don't know. Um, but just the fact that she still viewed her, like, it's just, it's just the heart of a daughter towards her dad. And it's just, anyways, so pray for her. Lift her up, lift her and her family up. That is not something that is, um life is very difficult, and they could sure use your prayers. So if you would, I'm sure she would appreciate it. I would appreciate it as well. Yeah, so, and even if you guys if you guys know her, like, from here, if you guys are friends with her, I'm sure she would love, if you wanted to reach out to her, I'm sure she would love that. So that's also an option. Yeah, absolutely, Brandon, for sure. Okay, so that is, yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate that. I know she appreciates it very, very much so as well. Um, so yeah, we can go ahead and get started, because we're going to be talking about a lot of things tonight. And I have no idea how long this is going to take, but it's probably going to take. It probably took me a lot longer. It probably took me so much longer to learn all of this stuff, than to actually explain it. So that's always kind of funny when you look at it like that. What's up, Kelly? Ezekiel 3:33:3. But we're going to be getting into the book of Matthew. The book of Matthew, man, I mean, this is crazy. Like, I want you guys to understand, this is very important, okay? Because I was actually talking to my dad about this, because after my brain was just fried last night, because I was studying. I literally, okay, so last night I was studying and looking things up pertaining to what we're going to talk about tonight from 6:30 p.m. I stopped around 11 o'clock p.m. I took a little break. I talked to my dad, talked to my sister on the phone, and then I got back into it around 2 in the morning. And then I just started diving into it for like 2 more hours, from 2 to 4 in the morning. And then after that, I mean, I am just trying to retain so many things. And then that was just yesterday. That has nothing to do with today. Today was another 4 hours at least, just diving into it, at least. So it's going to be fun. It was fun for me to learn all that. So I want you to understand that the Gospel of Matthew is not it's not like we often, I think one of the misconceptions of the book of Matthew is that it's an easy book, because we all know the name Matthew. Like, if I were to ask you a book in the Bible that you're comfortable with, that sounds very like home to you, you would probably say Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John, right? Or even Acts, because Acts is viewed as like the fifth gospel to some people. And it's just interesting, because the book of Matthew is anything but easy. Now, you might be comfortable because you're familiar with some of these words, and you've read it maybe a couple times or whatever. But man, when you really dive in and you start studying, you're like, my goodness, this is so much deeper than what I actually ever imagined. And so I don't want you to think that the book of Matthew is an easy book. I want you to, do you have recordings of the live? Yeah, backyard. There's a YouTube. If you go up here, if you go up there, you'll see there's a YouTube link in my TikTok profile that you can go check out if you want to, or you can just type in "It's Sheesh" in YouTube, and you'll probably see that. But I have two Bibles in front of me. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Amber. Just type that in and then you'll find it on YouTube if you would like to. But anyways, okay, so First Corinthians is your home. Yeah, it's just funny because the book of Matthew, man, it's so difficult because like you approach it by like assuming that it's easy because there's words, Jesus is there, we're reading about Jesus, there's all kinds of things, and it encompasses such a wide variety. But before we dive in, as per usual, I want you guys to understand, my name is Ryan. Thank you so much for being here. We are about to dive into this brand new book called Matthew, and I am just letting you know this is day one of the book of Matthew. So if you're here, if you've never been here before, you're here at a good time because we're about to get in there. But all of these studies are up on YouTube, like I was just explaining. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the other Pauline epistles. We've done Isaiah. We just finished Zechariah, and now we are diving into the book of Matthew. And so I want you to understand the one thing, it's okay if you disagree with me on some of these things, but as I always say, I always want you to understand the one thing that we cannot disagree on is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. That is everything. And it is so important to understand because our world wants to talk about everything but how to get to heaven. Like, what is the gospel? The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 4, and it's basically telling you from Paul's account that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. Now, when you read that, the scriptures is Paul talking about the Old Testament. He is saying that Jesus died according to the Old Testament, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the Old Testament. Paul was using that, the Old Testament, the scriptures, he was using it in a world that didn't have the New Testament at the time because it was being written as he was living, essentially. And so Paul had to reason with people by using the Old Testament. And so if you're able to dance around in the Old Testament and kind of go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and kind of like just show people Jesus in the Old Testament, then you're doing so well. What's up, Vino? How you doing, man? Good to see you. See, I remembered your name. Yes, sir. I am pumped up. Gold star. Good to see you, man. But that's the one thing I want you to know beyond a shadow of a doubt. How to know for sure you can get to heaven. It is not by being a good person. It is not by going to church. It is not by giving money to your church. It is not by getting water baptized. It is by putting your faith in what Jesus did on the cross. And you need to understand and believe that Jesus died on the cross, that he's God's son. He led a sinless life. He died on the cross for your sins. He was buried. He rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Thank you, Monica. That is it. For by grace are you saved through faith. You are saved through faith. It is not faith plus, it is faith and faith alone. And that gets you into the whole conversation of justification, sanctification, glorification. But in order to be justified or to be declared righteous, you need to acknowledge Jesus as your Lord and Savior. And that is when you do that, man, I'm telling you, like, that is the most important thing. So the gospel, it's the one thing that we need to agree on. Everything else is secondary. And that is what I try to bring back to the forefront of everything. So you guys probably hear me say that a million times. Hopefully you guys aren't getting tired of hearing me say that because I'm not going to stop. But that is the one thing I want you to understand more than anything else. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive on into the book of Zechariah. I'm sorry, Matthew. Oh, no. Never, Natalie. Never, ND girl. Absolutely. ND girl. What was it? No dentures? No dentures. Okay. No dentures girl. I'm just kidding. I remember North Dakota girl. It's funny. I don't know what half of you guys look like, and I don't know your real names because you guys all come in here. All right, so let's go ahead and dive on into the book of Matthew. We are going to be starting the book of Matthew now, and it is going to be a fun one. But before we get into the book of Matthew, we need to understand that, you know what? Actually, this is really kind of nice, the way that this worked out, which was unplanned. Jane, nice to meet you, Jane. I'm getting down some of your guys' names if you don't have them in your actual tag. But it's actually kind of nice that we just finished the book of Zechariah. The book of Zechariah was this. So if you want, so it goes Zechariah, Malachi, and then Malachi ends the Old Testament. And so it's important to understand, which is kind of nice that we're doing it this way, because Zechariah turns into Malachi, and Malachi goes right from the Old Testament, and then you go straight into Matthew. So the question that I want you guys to like ask yourself is like, what happened from Malachi to Matthew? What happened from Malachi to Matthew? There just is a gap there. And so that is what I want you to consider. So what I want you to understand is from Malachi to Matthew, there was about 400 years. About 400 years passed from Malachi to Matthew. And this is what many people have dubbed the silent years. Now, this is a really, very interesting. What's up, Jeff? Thank you so much. This is a very, interesting title that they chose to dub it as the silent years, because it's as if there's nothing written about these silent years. Like, where do you go? Where do you find out about these silent years that everybody talks about? Well, it's actually important it's really important to understand that all of these silent years are recorded in the Bible. And that's why Justin and his wife are going through the book of Daniel right now. And he's going to see how bad I did, because it's kind of funny, because there's a couple places, specifically Daniel chapter 11, that I was like, oh man, that was rough, because that's difficult to explain. But in Daniel chapter 5 through Daniel 11, verse 35, you have what Daniel prophesies about the future. So if you go all the way back to Daniel, okay, we don't need to go there, because we're not going to read all of those chapters. But what I want you to understand is Daniel gives you the forecast for things to happen in the future. And so he tells you, if you remember, hey, thank you, Karen, from Daniel chapter 2, again, remember, you have the 4 empires that Daniel gives you. He gives you Babylon. He gives you, after Babylon, you have the Medo-Persian Empire. After that, you have the Greek Empire. And after that, you have the Roman Empire. So you have that forecast that Daniel prophesied about centuries before the book of Matthew was even written. So these silent years in between Malachi and Matthew are documented at an aerial view, like a flyby view in the book of Daniel, which I find to be very fascinating. So it's interesting. Go to Malachi chapter 4, verse 5. Malachi chapter 4, verse 5, because the Old Testament closes in Malachi chapter 4, verse 5, by Malachi saying, behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And he will turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and strike the earth with a curse. Now, I find it very interesting that the Old Testament was closed with that warning. He's basically saying, he's like, I'm going to send Elijah to you. And then he says, before the day of the Lord. Now, if you were here for all the other studies, you know what the day of the Lord is. The day of the Lord is not a good thing. There's the day of the Lord and there's the day of Christ. The day of Christ is a good thing. The day of the Lord is a terrifying thing. You don't want to be a part of it. I believe the day of the Lord begins after the rapture. So right when the tribulation begins is when the day of the Lord starts. The day of the Lord goes all the way through the millennial kingdom, because he's ruling with a rod of iron. And it is going to end at the great white throne judgment, because at the great white throne judgment, that is when he throws everybody, or those who never accepted him, into the lake of fire. And so that is when it ends. So it begins with the tribulation and it ends at the great white throne judgment. And so after that's the day of the Lord right there. And now the day, it's not a 24-hour period. It's like an umbrella kind of term. It's saying that this is the time period of the judgment of the Lord. And yeah, I do, Evelyn. They are up on YouTube. There's a link in my TikTok profile if you are interested in that. But Malachi closed the Old Testament by saying that he would send the prophet Elijah. Now that's very interesting, because when we go throughout the book of Matthew, just to kind of give you some foreshadow, we're gonna talk about something like that, because there's people who are asking about John the Baptist, and they're like, hey, who's John the Baptist? And so Jesus basically makes this strange comment saying that John the Baptist would and I'm paraphrasing just so you can wrap your mind around it where we are right now. But Jesus basically paraphrases, and he's like, if you were willing, then John the Baptist would have been Elijah. And so that's very provocative to think about that. But since they were not willing, John the Baptist was just John the Baptist. And we'll get to that. I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys. If you've read it before, then it probably makes sense. But if you don't, then we'll tackle that when we get to that chapter, because we're going to have to talk about it sooner or later when we get to the book of Matthew, or further along in the book of Matthew. But when Malachi was written, it was written about 430 BC, and the Jews at that time had returned to Israel under the Medo-Persian Empire, and they finally had completed the temple. They had the law, and they had their Levitical priesthood from Aaron's line. And it's also good to know that during this time that the Jewish people had given up their idols. So under this Medo-Persian reign, the Jewish people had the temple, they had the law, they had the priesthood, but they were still marrying pagans. They were not tithing. They were not going to the temple and doing their duties within the temple how they should have been doing. And so and also another thing that they weren't doing is that the priests were not teaching people about God. And so it's fascinating because these covenants, one of these days, like I'm telling you, like one day we're just going to do a whole live on just covenants, because the importance, if you're bored and you want to do an amazing study, just dive into the covenants. Try to put them in order that makes sense to you, to where your mind you can wrap around them, because if you understand the covenants, then you're like, oh, okay, I see why everything is the way it is. We know that Israel is under this time of the Gentiles. Now, the time of the Gentiles, something we talked about before, and I don't want to go all over the place because I'm trying to keep things focused, but it's all tied together. So it's hard not to talk about these things, but the time of the Gentiles is still in force where we are from Malachi to Matthew. Even though like 400 years have passed, there's still the times of the Gentiles. The times of the Gentiles began at Nebuchadnezzar, and it's going to go all the way into the future during the tribulation, and it's going to end with the Antichrist. So it begins with Nebuchadnezzar, it's going to end with the Antichrist. So we are still in this time of Gentiles from Malachi to Matthew. So just so you can get your mind wrapped around that. But as you fast forward through time, since what we're doing right now, and just so you understand what we're talking about, we're basically talking about these years from Malachi to Matthew. That's what we're talking about. This is what is past. So we started in 430 BC. Now we're going to 333 BC, because in 333 BC, Israel fell to the Greeks. So remember, you have the Babylonian Empire. Then after the Babylonian Empire, you have the Medo-Persian Empire. Then when they fell, Alexander the Great came up, and then they were under the Greek dominion. And so it's these Jews, what they ended up doing when they were ruled by Alexander the Great, is that they began to adopt the Greek language, they began to adopt the Greek culture, and they began to adopt the Greek mannerisms. So these Jewish people, it's just how you and I would, if we got taken into a different foreign land and we were around people that we didn't know, we would start to morph into their kind of ways, because that's just what happens throughout time. And so the same is true to them. But when they were under the Greek Empire, what is important to understand is that it was at this time where the Jewish people began to change from they wanted a Greek Bible, and so that is when they started putting together the Greek Old Testament, which is what you and I would refer to as the Septuagint. The Septuagint is just a fancy word of saying 70. Now, this is all of this took place in Egypt under Alexander the Great. They put together the Septuagint, and that is what you and I refer. Your Bible might even reference it in some of the Cliff Notes as LXX. LXX. If you ever see LXX, that is talking about the Septuagint. And so it is when the Old Testament changed from Hebrew and they turned it into Greek, and so you can get both translations. But it's just interesting to understand that they did that because they were in captivity in the Greek period. But after the Greek Empire fell, you have this guy who showed up, and this guy's name is Antiochus Epiphanes, and he persecuted the Jews. But after this, so we talked about Antiochus Epiphanes because this is mentioned in Daniel chapter 11, and this is some crazy history. Hold on one second. His, hold on one second. Um, Sorry about that. I got a phone call. Can you hear me? Um, all better now? Yeah, sorry, I had a phone call. That was unfortunate. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. All right. All right. Um, we're back at it. What was I talking about? We were talking about how, okay, so after the Greek Empire fell, this guy showed up, and his name is Antiochus Epiphanes. Now, Antiochus Epiphanes, if you remember throughout our study through Daniel, he's not a good dude. This dude hated the Jewish people, and he wanted to persecute the Jewish people. And eventually, he even desecrated the temple by going into the Holy of Holy place, which, if you were a Jew, you know that that is the worst thing anybody could ever do because of how highly revered they are towards the temple. So this dude, Antiochus Epiphanes, ends up going into the Holy of Holy place, and he kills a pig, and then he builds a statue of Zeus in the Holy of Holy place. Now it's interesting because the question is, why did God allow him to do that? Why did God allow him to do this kind of thing and to actually complete the statue within the holy place? It's important to understand that and this is just my take, that God allowed it to happen so that God, Jesus, when he showed up in the book of Matthew, when he showed up, that he could point back to it. Because in Matthew 24, he relates you, and he's telling you to go check out Daniel. He says, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, and then he goes on, and that's all documented in Matthew 24. But it's fascinating because God allowed him to build that in the most sacred place in the entire world. And God allowed him to build this statue of Zeus inside the Holy of Holy place. And so what that ended up doing during this time, when Antiochus Epiphanes was persecuting the Jewish people, like they were taking it and they were like, okay, man, this sucks. Like this guy hates us. He's persecuting us. He's trying to burn all of our books. He's trying to get rid of Judaism altogether. And they're like, we can take this. And then all of a sudden, one day, he goes into the Holy of Holy place and he builds this statue. And that moment is what sparked this revolution from the Jewish people towards Antiochus Epiphanes. And so they just had this massive battle that was going on. And they were rebelling against Antiochus Epiphanes. Now, what's interesting is that Antiochus Epiphanes is from Syria. You know, it's kind of fun after going through the book of Isaiah. Every time I think of Assyria, I think of the Assyrian, and I believe that the Assyrian is a title for the Antichrist. But anyways, you just see parallels all throughout. It's just unbelievable the way this Bible is constructed. But after the Jews battled back against Antiochus Epiphanes, in 165 BC, the Jews recaptured the temple and they cleansed the temple. They went through this whole ceremonial ritual that they did because the temple was completely desecrated. And so they still have a holiday in remembrance of that. I want to say Hanukkah. I can't remember if that's exactly what it is, but they still celebrate that holiday to this day. But this is all documented it's all documented. It's in the Maccabean revolt. You can read about it. It's very fascinating. But the problem after the Jews recaptured the temple is that there was still fighting between the Jews and the Syrians. This fighting continued between the Jews and the Syrians until the Romans came in and took control around 63 BC. And the Romans come in, they kind of become the new powerhouse. Okay, so just so you know, go back to that forecast. You have Babylon, you have the Medo-Persian Empire, you have Alexander the Great, and then you have the Roman Empire. So we're trickling down towards the Roman Empire, to where the Roman Empire is now making this scene. And it's making its debut on the world stage. And this Roman Empire was massive. It was so powerful. It is unbelievable. But what's interesting about the book of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is that if you pay attention, you won't really find a place, or too many that I can even think of, where the Romans are the one who are persecuting the Jewish people. And so what I mean by that is this, to bring it to your attention, that the people who are persecuting the Jewish people are the Jewish people. The Jewish people were the ones who were persecuting the Jewish people for the most part, which is really interesting. The Jewish people were the ones, and that's because they got so legalistic, and if anybody did anything wrong, they would do whatever they could to punish that person, and they thought that they were doing the right thing by it. But anyways, moving on, under Roman control now, there's this guy who shows up, and his name is Pompey. Now, I'm sure hey, thank you so much, Given Grace. There's this guy who shows up, his name is Pompey, and he was a part of the Roman Empire. So Pompey is a part of the Roman Empire, and he is right underneath Julius Caesar. So Caesar is Caesar, obviously. He's top dog. And right underneath him is this general named Pompey. Now, Pompey was this dude who was a mastermind. He was a freak. But what Pompey ended up doing is that he actually went into the temple as well, and that was a big no-no to the Jewish people again. So what I want you to see here is, I want you to think about this big division that is happening, because the Romans took over. They are now in control of the Jewish people. This hand is the Jewish people. The Romans are now over the Jewish people. And not only are they over them, but Pompey goes in and is just in the whole, and he's in the temple. And so you're seeing the Jewish people's feathers getting ruffled, and you're seeing this division, this massive tension between the Jews and the Romans kind of like start to build. Like, hey, you just took us over. Okay. But now this dude, he goes into our temple and he does this kind of thing. So there's this whole type of animosity that is building up, and it's building up, and it's building up. So then as you get closer to the time of when Jesus is born, around 47 BC, Caesar, let's see, a chronological order. So around this time, there was a civil war. Okay, so we were just talking about Pompey. So there was a civil war within Rome. And this is really fascinating, because there was this civil war within Rome. It was Pompey, who was a Roman general, he turns against Caesar. And so now Pompey has his guys, Caesar has his guys, and there's all these people just like fighting. And so there's this divide within the Roman Empire. And so there's this civil war that takes place. And so this guy named Antipater took sides with Caesar, and he helped Caesar fight Pompey. And so after Pompey was defeated, Caesar gave Antipater, he promoted him because he helped him during the Civil War. And so just how we would, like if you help me out, if you scratch my back, I'm going to scratch yours. Well, that's essentially what happened here. And so Caesar appointed Antipater as procurator of Judea. Now, what a procurator is somebody who is in charge of the area. He was in charge of Judea, and he had control over the taxing of people, and he had control over judicial matters. And so he was a procurator, and so he was able to make some pretty heavy calls. This was a big-time official. This was a big promotion. So Antipater, after some time goes on, he appoints his two sons to be kings of Galilee and Judea. Now, this king who is appointed to be king of Judea is a guy that you and I know as King Herod, or Herod the Great. And so Herod the Great, so you're seeing how we're trickling closer and closer towards the time of when we can actually dive into Matthew chapter 1. I'm just giving you the backstory of everything that happened between Malachi and Matthew, just so you can kind of understand. This is like we're walking 400 years in from time, from Malachi all the way to Matthew, 400 years. That is what we're trying to talk about here, just to get an idea. But as the New Testament opens, just so you can kind of have an overview, as the New Testament opens, as you dive into Matthew chapter 1, you have an appointed king, which is not born a king. You have King Herod, king of the Jews, right? He's the appointed king. So you have an appointed king rather than a born king. So that's out of place. So this appointed king is not supposed to be there. And that's obviously talking about Herod the Great. And Herod the Great was, ironically, a descendant of Esau. He is what you and I would refer to as an Idumean, which is a weird name. It's like Idummean, Idumean, or something like that. But he's a descendant of Esau, which is fascinating because we just got done studying the book of Isaiah. And throughout the book of Isaiah, we talked about how Esau, and even in Obadiah, the book of Obadiah is all about God is going to be taking his vengeance on Esau and the Edom in a bad kind of way. Like, it's going to be all bad. But I find it very provocative that Herod is a descendant of Esau. So you have an appointed king instead of the born king of the Jews. And then on top of that, you have a priesthood that was not of the line of Aaron. So you have the wrong king, and you have the wrong the wrong priesthood set in place. So what you're seeing as we're diving in or about to get into Matthew chapter 1 is you're seeing a complete broken world. This is the Jewish people. They're completely oppressed by the Romans. They have a king that's over them. They don't like him. He's not supposed to be there. He's not from the tribe of Judah. This is all bad, all of these things. And so from the Jewish perspective, they're seeing this stuff. And they're like, this is not okay. So you have this king who is appointed, and you have the priests who were not supposed to be there, and all of them were politically motivated. And obviously that's easy to relate to because of everything that you are seeing in our world today. Hey, thank you so much for that. I don't know how to say your name. Euphin, thank you so much. But these 400 silent years were not used very well by these Jewish people, if you want to refer to them as the silent years. Like Daniel, like we talked about before, already prophesied about them. But the Jewish people didn't use them very well. And they became even more blinded and deafened as time progressed. And so these Jews, they came to a point to where they couldn't even fathom the concept of a humble Messiah because of this prideful, legalistic type of culture that the Jewish people kind of turned into. And so you start walking into the book of Matthew and you see Pharisees, you see scribes, you see Sadducees, and they are just all these people who are all about obeying, and strict, all while Jesus is about to walk into town on a donkey. And they're going to miss it because they don't understand a humble servant, because they've been whipped, they've been beaten. They're like, so far, their priests weren't telling them about the word of God. They weren't teaching the way that they should have been doing, even though they stopped worshiping idols at this point. They stopped worshiping idols. You don't really see idol worship here as we dive into the book of Matthew. You see a form of religion, but there's no heart there. And it is very important to see that kind of stuff. But the Old Testament, as you keep on reading the Old Testament in Malachi, it ends in a couple strange ways. I want you to imagine that you do not have the New Testament. Imagine that you don't have Matthew to Revelation. Imagine you don't have it. Imagine you only have half of the puzzle. Let's just say you just have the Old Testament. So if you only have half of the Old Testament and you're a Jew at this time, at the time period that we're about to dive into, you have a whole bunch of question marks in your mind. You have unexplained ceremonies. They're like, what are we doing this for? They have no idea. They couldn't see why they were doing what they were doing. They have unachieved purposes. They have unappeased longings, and they have unfulfilled prophecies. There are so many question marks in their minds, question marks all over the place. And so with this in mind, it's very interesting that the first thing that Jesus did after his resurrection, ministry-wise, not the very first thing, but the first thing that he did ministry-wise was he conducted a 7-mile-long Bible study on the road to Emmaus. And I think that that is very instructive. Let's go to Luke chapter 24, verse 27. Luke chapter 24, verse 27. And let's read some Luke chapter 24 verse 27. So in Luke chapter 24, Jesus rises from the dead. And well, let's go to Luke chapter 24 verse 19. No, let's go to Luke 24 verse 13. Sorry, Luke chapter 24 verse 13. So Jesus rise from the dead. Luke 24 verse 13. It says, "Now behold, two of them were traveling that same day to a village called Emmaus, which was 7 miles from Jerusalem. And they talked together of all these things which had happened. So it was, while they conversed and reasoned, that Jesus himself drew near and went with them. But their eyes were restrained, so they did not know him. And he said to them, What kind of conversation is this that you have with one another as you walk and are sad? Then the one whose name was Cleopas answered and said to him, Are you the only stranger in Jerusalem, and have you not known the things which happened here in these days?" Verse 19, it says, "And he said to them, What things?" Which I think is so funny. Jesus is walking along with these guys. These guys have their heads down. They're walking. They're like, oh my goodness. And they're walking on this 7-mile road to get to Emmaus. And then Jesus walks in and joins them on this route. And he's just walking with them. I love this so much. It's unbelievable. But in verse 9, he says to them, What things? So they said to him, The things concerning Jesus of Nazareth, who was a prophet, mighty in deed and word before God and the people, and how the chief priests and our rulers delivered him to be condemned to death and crucified him. But we were hoping that it was he who was going to redeem Israel. Indeed, besides all this, today is the 3rd day since these things happened. Yes, now let's go down to verse 27. Luke chapter 24, verse 27. In Luke chapter 24, verse 27, it says this. It says, in verse 27, it says, "And beginning at Moses and all the prophets, he expounded to them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself." So what I wanted you to see there in verse 27 is that Jesus begins to show these two guys that he's walking with, he begins to show them by using the scriptures how everything in the scriptures pointed to Jesus. It says in verse 27, it says, and beginning at Moses, mind you, who wrote the book of Genesis? Moses did. So he says, and beginning at Moses and all the prophets, he expounded to them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself. This was a 7-mile Bible study to where Jesus was pointing things out. And I want you to imagine, like, these people, they didn't know how to think. They had the Old Testament. They saw Jesus. They didn't know how to put Jesus in the Old Testament. They didn't understand. And so Jesus is walking with these guys, and he's like, can you just, like, I mean, just think about what he, like, how he, like, he went through Genesis. He's like, this was me. This was me. This was Jesus. This was Jesus. And then he showed them over here and Leviticus and all of the sacrifices here. And you see how the Passover lamb and what they did here and like the incense, and you see the tabernacle and all this. This was all talking about Jesus, because Jesus is here. Jesus is here. Jesus is here. And then he goes to Isaiah and he talks about in Isaiah 53, and he's like, you see this is what it's all about. My point here is that it's very fascinating to me that right after Jesus rises from the dead, one of the first thing that he does in his ministry wise, before he ascends back up into heaven, is he tells them about himself by using the scriptures. Now remember that the scriptures are the Old Testament. He just had the Old Testament. There was not a New Testament yet. And so I also, like, I think about that so much, because I think, like, we truly have no idea. Like, we don't know anything else. Like, there's very little that we learn about that after. Like, it goes into Luke chapter 24, and then it kind of pours over into Luke chapter 25 a little bit. But we don't really see the ripple effect throughout time just because of that moment right there. Like, I really think it's interesting, because right then and there, those guys, they they lit on fire for the Lord. Like they find, because at the end of that chapter, he goes into their house and he breaks bread, and then they see his palms and they see that there was nail prints in his hands, and then that's the moment that he disappeared. And so my point here is just to think about it for a second. Like, can you imagine if you had that 7-mile Bible study with Jesus, and then he disappears, and you're like, my goodness, he was with us the whole time, and it makes so much sense to you. I'm telling you, like, all of these dots are just connecting, bing, 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 like light bulb, light bulb, light bulb, all over the place. But we don't really hear too much about those guys anymore, because like the Holy Spirit felt like we didn't need to know. But my point here is that they went out after that. They went out and they went throughout the world. Wherever they were going, they were telling people about that. They were telling people, and they were preaching to people Jesus and him crucified. And I think that's fascinating, because that's what we are supposed to do. I really think it's important to understand that when we wake up in the morning, one of the things that we should pray, like before your feet touch the ground, before you get out of bed, right when your alarm goes off, or right when you wake up naturally, or whatever you do, you should pray and be like, God, use me today how you need to. Because that's what we need to be doing, and like praying and asking God, because like every person that we cross paths with, like there's people who are over here and that I talk to, and I talk to this person today, there's this chance, like it's a divine appointment in a sense. Like this is a divine, like if you look at what the people that you talk to on the day-to-day basis is in a divine appointment in a roundabout way, if you choose to view it that way. My point here is like, if you remember in Acts chapter 8, Philip was told by the Holy Spirit to run up to the Ethiopian eunuch because that was necessary. Now, if you water that down a little bit, the people that we talk to in our day-to-day life, if you're born again, you might be the only Jesus that they see. You might be the only light that they see. And I'm not calling you Jesus. Don't get me wrong. I don't want somebody just scrolling in here for 5 seconds and being like, oh, this guy talking about everybody's Jesus. No, it's not at all. But my point here is that when we talk to people, we like, that is like, he knew that was going to happen. He knew we were going to talk to these people. And these little conversations where we just talk about the weather and how we talk about the basketball game or the football game, or like talk about our nephews and nieces and like, you know, or school or career, we talk about everything but Jesus. And I'm just like, man, this is really interesting how the world, like we are. Anyways, my point is just like consider praying before you even get out of bed, and ask if he would just use you, because when we dive through what we're going to be talking about tonight, you're going to be like, man, oh. But going back to this little bit of a backstory, when you're thinking about the Bible, this is what is so, like for me, for example, like people are like, hey, how do you know the Bible's real? Like I'm sure you've heard that question so many times. And prophecy is how we know that the Bible is real, right? Prophecy, we know because God told us what was going to happen here, and different books all throughout the Bible. But the thing that we need to understand is that you need to test it. You got to test it. It's the entire thing. You got to test the entire 66 books. And so you need to test the integrity of design. That's what we are supposed to do. Paul tells us to test all things and to hold fast to which is good, right? But we need to test the whole thing. So what I mean by that is, by testing the whole thing, is that if you bought a car, you wouldn't just walk in and like sit inside a car and then take a blindfold off and then like look around you and be like, oh, it's kind of nice interior in here. And you're like, you know what? I don't even know what the outside looks like. I don't know what under the hood looks like. I don't know what under the undercarriage looks like. I don't know what the trunk looks like. I don't know what the back seat looks like. I'm just looking at the steering wheel, but I like this steering wheel. You know what? I'm going to take this car because I really like the steering wheel. No, you would never do that. You would look at the entire thing. You would feel it. You'd kick the tires. You'd go drive it around. You'd kind of go burn some rubber. You'd be like, I'm Holly right now. Woo! Doing 100. But my point here is that there's no way that you would buy a car unless you did your due diligence. It's amazing how often we do our due diligence on other things that have no eternal value, but when we look at things from in the eternal value, how little we often do that. My point here is that when you start diving into the entire Word of God, it verifies itself time and time again. So you test the integrity of design, and you test the whole thing. And after you test the design and that's established, then it establishes the identity of Jesus. And when the identity of Jesus is confirmed, that results in an authenticated book. And then we have now that model wouldn't work if this Bible was just one book. But this Bible isn't just one book. This Bible is 66 books. And so once you start looking over here in this book and you compare it to something that happened 1,000 years into the future and you see how they're all connected, you're like beginning to connect some dots and you're like, well, wow, that's really neat. Everything in every order, every book confirms the other book. It's just unbelievable how this Bible is put together. It is truly remarkable. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive on into the book of Matthew. The book of Matthew is gonna be a fun one. There's a lot of stuff to talk about here, and we're gonna dive on into Matthew chapter 1, and we're gonna be reading a whole bunch of names that are gonna be fun to pronounce, but there's going to be some hidden things here. And so I just want you guys to know, in Matthew chapter 1, verse 1 through 17, we're going to be reading the genealogy. We're going to be reading the genealogy that is going to be related to Joseph. So in the book of Matthew, you have the genealogy that applies to Joseph. And in the book of Luke, you have the genealogy that applies to Mary. So there are two genealogies. The reason why there are two genealogies is because there are two people that are married together, Joseph and Mary. So Joseph's genealogy was put here, and Mary's genealogy was put in the book of Luke. So it's important to understand, if you read Matthew 1 and if you read Luke chapter 3, you will see two different genealogies. Hey, thank you, Samantha. So the book of Matthew is written by Matthew, obviously. He's a Levite, and this dude was very skilled in writing. He writes, and he gives you some great detail. But let's dive into Matthew chapter 1. Matthew chapter 1, verse 1, it says, the book of the genealogy of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. And then in verse 2, he starts with the first Jew. Now, I think that's very interesting, because the reason why it starts with Abraham is because Matthew is the one who is recording this. Now, Matthew is a Jew, so he relates to the Jew. If you go and if you read over in Luke chapter 3, Luke records Adam as the first, because Luke was a physician. So that's a very doctor type of thing. Like, the Jew starts with the first Jew, a doctor starts with the first person. So you see the difference in design there. Matthew, who is a Jew, starts with the first Jew, which was Abraham. Luke, who is a doctor, starts with the first person, which was Adam. And just something to be mindful of. They have different styles, but let's dive on in Matthew chapter 1, verse 2. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 2, this is where the genealogy begins. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 2, it says, Abraham begot Isaac, Isaac begot Jacob, and Jacob begot Judah and his brothers. Judah begot Perez and Zerah by Tamar. Perez begot Hezron, and Hezron begot Ram. Okay, we'll stop here at verse 3 for a little bit, because we're going to talk about these two guys named Perez and Zerah, who were born by somebody named Tamar. Now, what I want you to be sensitive to is to understand that in genealogies, it was very, very uncommon for women to be a part of the genealogies. Very uncommon. But in Matthew chapter 1, in Jesus's genealogy, in Joseph's genealogy, you have 5 women who are mentioned in this genealogy, which is important to pay attention to. You need to be sensitive to it. So the first woman is mentioned in verse 3, and that name is Tamar. Tamar is a woman. So it says, Judah begot Perez and Zerah by Tamar. Tamar is that woman. But Perez, what's important to understand about Perez and why this is so interesting is because Perez was an illegitimate son because Tamar tricked Judah. Now, why does that even matter? Well, let's go to Genesis chapter 38 real fast. We read this a long time ago, and we kind of skimmed over it, but we're going to talk about it again. Let's read Genesis chapter 38. In Genesis chapter 38, we're going to read verse 1. We're going to read the entire chapter. Well, we're going to read most of the chapter, maybe all of it. Genesis chapter 38. In Genesis chapter 38, verse 1, it says this. It came to pass at that time that Judah departed from his brothers and visited, hey, thank you, Magdala, and visited a certain Adulamite whose name was Hira. And Judah saw there a daughter of a Canaanite whose name was Shua, and he married her and went into her. So she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name So she conceived again and bore a son, and she called his name Onan. And she conceived yet again and bore a son, and called his name Shelah. He was at Chezib when she bore him. Verse 6, it says, Then Judah took a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. So here's where we are introduced to Tamar. Now keep in mind that Tamar is in the genealogy of Joseph. Okay, so this is why we are here. We're going to be talking about Tamar. Tamar is going to be the key player in Genesis chapter 38, just so you know. So let's read verse 7, Genesis 38, verse 7. It says in verse 7, it says, But Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord killed him. And Judah said to Onan, Go into your brother's wife and marry her and raise up an heir to your brother. Now, this sounds weird to us, but everything was completely different back then. That's why people freak out about the book of Genesis, and they're like, oh, there's all kinds of terrible relationships that are inappropriate relationships and words I'm not allowed to say on here because I think they're key words that they would flag. But this was a Levirate marriage. This actually was codified in the Torah a while later in Deuteronomy. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 25 real fast. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 5. Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 5. And let's read about this because you will see that this actually... So they actually... Judah was doing this before it was even written down. So in Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 5... In Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 5, it says this. If brothers dwell together, and one of them dies and has no son, the widow of the dead man shall not be married to a stranger outside the family. Her husband's brother shall go into her, take her as a wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. And so it goes on, and you can read it all the way down to verse 10 if you would like to. But that's the Levirate marriage, just so you understand. That was common practice back then. So let's go back to Genesis chapter 38 now. Thank you, Magda. Genesis chapter 38, verse 8. Now with that in mind, we'll read Genesis chapter 38, verse 8 again, just so you have that understanding. Because in Genesis 38, verse 8, it says, And Judah said to Onan, Go into your brother's wife and marry her and raise up an heir to your brother. Verse 9, But Onan knew that the heir would not be his. And it came to pass when he went into his brother's wife that he admitted on the ground lest he should give an heir to his brother. Okay. Okay. Verse 10, it says, And the thing which he did displeased the Lord, therefore he killed him also. So Judah's two sons down now. He lost his first son because God killed him. And he lost his second son as the same way that he lost his first son. So you're seeing a trend here. So imagine being Judah and be like, I lost my first son, I lost my second son, this is terrible. So that's the idea. Now let's read verse 11. In verse 11 it says, Then Judah said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow in your father's house till my son Shelah is grown. For he said, Lest he also die like his brothers. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. So what Judah is doing here is he's kicking the can down the road. He's like, I'm seeing a pattern here. I was like, the common denominator here is Tamar. Tamar, you've had my firstborn. He's no longer with us. You've had the secondborn. He's no longer with us. You know what? When Shelah is old enough, I'll give him to you. But just go back to your father's house, and when he's old enough, then I'll give him to you. He didn't want to give his last son to Tamar because he was afraid that he was going to lose his last son. And so he basically kicks that can down the road and is like, we'll talk about this later. But he never had any intent on giving Shelah to Tamar. So keep that in mind. Verse 12. In verse 12, it says, Now in the process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died. And Judah was comforted and went up to his sheep shearers at Timnah, and his friend Hira the Adulamite. And it was
And it was told Tamar, saying, "Look, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep." So she took off her widow's garments, covered herself with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which was on the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given to him as a wife. Okay, so here the plot thickens. So Tamar is wanting children. She wants children. This is what she wants. Okay, she's like, I had a husband, he died. I had a second husband, he died, and now the next husband, who should be my husband, he's not giving him to me as my husband. And so she's observing. She's like that. She's like that person who's like staring out the window, just like, oh, is he coming over here with my husband yet? Like, is it time? And so that's the whole idea here. And so, anyways, she's being mindful of what's going on. And then she is told that Judah's wife just died. So Judah's wife just died. And then she learned that Judah was going to a certain place that she was familiar with. And so you see her changing her clothes she takes off her widow's garments, which was very recognizable back then. If you had certain clothes on during that time, you would be recognized as a widow. So she removes those and puts on these other clothes, which was very, something that a harlot would wear. And so let's go down to Genesis chapter 38, verse 15. In Genesis chapter 38, verse 15, it says, when Judah saw her, he thought she was a harlot because she had covered her face. Then he turned to her by the way and said, please let me come into you, for he did not know that she was his daughter-in-law. So she said, what will you give me that you may come into me? And he said, I will send a young goat from the flock. So she said, will you give me a pledge till you send it? Then he said, what pledge shall I give you? So she said, your signet and cord and your staff that is in your hand. Then he gave them to her and went into her, and she conceived by him. So you see this whole trickery, tomfoolery is afoot, and she gets what she wants, and she wanted to have children. So let's keep reading verse 19. So she's pregnant now. In verse 19, it says, so she arose and went away and lay aside her veil and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent the young goat by the hand of her friend Adullamite to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he did not find her. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, where is the harlot who was openly by the roadside? And they said, there was no harlot in this place. So he returned to Judah and said, I cannot find her. Also the men of this place said there was no harlot in this place. Then Judah said, let her take them for herself, lest we be shamed. For I sent this young goat, and you have not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after that Judah was told, saying, Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the harlot. Furthermore, she is with child by harlotry. So Judah said, bring her out and let her be burned. Okay, so now time is going on. Everybody knows who everybody is during this time. They understand who Tamar is, and now she's starting to show a little bit. She's getting a little belly on her, right? Everybody's like, oh, you're with child, right? And so this is going out, and the word is spreading, and so people come to Judah, who is the lawmaker at this point, and they're like, hey, your daughter-in-law has been sleeping around. And so that was not an okay thing. And so Judah is like all high and mighty on his high horse, is like, bring her out, let her be burned. Verse 25. Hey, thank you, Jackie. It says, when she was brought out, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man to whom these belong, I am with child. And she said, please determine whose these are, the signet and cord and staff. So Judah acknowledged them and said, she has been more righteous than I, because I did not give her to Shelah, my son. And he never knew her again. So he recognizes that his sin was worse than her sin. Obviously, none of these things were okay. But what Tamar did wasn't right, and what Judah did wasn't right. But it was essential to preserve the royal line, which is really interesting, because if you go down to verse 27, Genesis chapter 38, verse 27, it says, now it came to pass at the time for giving birth that, behold, twins were in her womb. So she's going to give birth to twins. Go to verse 29. In verse 29, it says, then it happened as he drew back his hand that his brother came out unexpectedly and said, how did you break through? This breach be upon you. Therefore his name was called Perez. Afterward, his brother came out who had the scarlet thread on his hand, and his name was called Zerah. Now, these are twins. These two boys are Zerah and Perez. Perez means breach. So what happened here is that Tamar preserved this royal line, which is so interesting. Now, they didn't know that this was actually what they were doing during this time, but she was just doing what she just felt obligated to do, or in her own mind. But by doing so, she is a part of Joseph's line, and she is a part of and also Perez and Zerah are a part of the genealogy that we're reading in Matthew chapter 1. But let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 2. Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 2. Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 2. And this is interesting because so in Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 2, it says this. Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 2, it says, "One of illegitimate birth shall not enter the assembly of the Lord. Even to the 10th generation, none of his descendants shall enter the assembly of the Lord." What is interesting about this is that it says to the 10th generation, they shall not enter the assembly of the Lord. Okay, so keep that in mind. And now let's go back to Matthew chapter 1. If you go to, okay. Hold on. Perez and Sarah by tomorrow. Okay, so what's interesting about the whole 10th? In Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 2, it says, even to the 10th generation. What's fascinating about Matthew chapter 1, verse 3, is that after Tamar, if you count down 10 generations, you get to none other than David himself. So it was essential for these 10 that are in the middle here to have happened so that David could be born, because he was the son of David. Jesus is known as the son of David, which is interesting because it's falling in line with Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 2, because David was to the 10th and David was king of Israel. That is fascinating to me. So Perez was an illegitimate son because Tamar tricked Judah in Genesis chapter 38. But since Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 2 applies, it's very interesting to see that David is the 10th from that event because of what Tamar did. Now, this also relates to this very strange prophecy in Ruth chapter 4 verse 12. If you want to go to Ruth chapter 4 verse 12, Ruth chapter 4 verse 12. In Ruth chapter 4 verse 12, okay, so as we know about the story of Ruth, Ruth is this amazing picture. You have types all over this book. You have Boaz, who is a type of Jesus. You have Ruth, who is a type of the church. You have Naomi, who is a type of Israel. But after Boaz and Ruth get married, they say something in Ruth chapter 4 verse 12. In Ruth chapter 4 verse 12, they say this: "May your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring which the Lord will give you from this woman." Now, what is fascinating about this is that this is a prophecy about the messianic line that climaxed with David. This little prophecy in Ruth chapter 4 verse 12 is connected. So you can go all the way back to Genesis 38, where you're introduced to Tamar. You see what she does, and she has Perez and Zerah. And then you go all the way through to the book of Ruth, and they say, "May your house be like the house of Perez, and with whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring which the Lord will give you from this woman." And then 10 generations from that point, David shows up. Boaz's mother was Rahab, which was the harlot. Boaz's mother was Rahab, who was a Gentile. You see, there's all kinds of connections all throughout this type of genealogy that we are reading in the book of Matthew, Matthew chapter 1. So it's really interesting when you start connecting names all throughout the Bible and you see who they are all related to, because it requires a lot. But it's also important to understand that these genealogies, that the Jewish people were so meticulous in keeping a record. Like, this was a very serious thing. That's why they had scribes, and these people played a very, very important part in their history. Their history is vital. So let's go back to Matthew chapter 1, and let's move on a little bit from there. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 3, which is where we left off. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 3, it says, Judah begot Perez and Zerah by Tamar. Perez begot Hezron, and Hezron begot Ram. Ram begot Amminadab, Amminadab begot Nahshon, and Nahshon begot Salmon. Salmon begot Boaz by Rahab. Boaz begot Obed by Ruth. Obed begot Jesse. Okay, so let's pause here in verse 5. In verse 5, you have two more women's names. You have Rahab and you have Ruth. So you can just underline those if you would like to. But I underlined every woman's name in this genealogy because it's significant, because it tells a story. But let's go down and let's read verse 6, and then we'll stop there for a little bit. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 6, it says, and Jesse begot David the king. It's interesting. David the king. David the king. David is okay, so the king of Israel was Saul. But Saul never should have been the first king of Israel. It should have been David. David should have been the first king of Israel, but it was Saul. Saul, why should Saul have not been the king of Israel? It's because he wasn't from the tribe of Judah. Saul was from the tribe of Benjamin, but David was from the tribe of Judah. And so David should have been the first king, and that is why everything centers around David. So it says in verse 6, and Jesse begot David the king, but then it goes on, David the king begot Solomon by her who had been the wife of Uriah. Now, the wife of Uriah is somebody, I'm sure you guys are familiar with her. Her name is Bathsheba. Now, my Bible doesn't put her name in there, but it just says who had been the wife of Uriah. And we know that was Bathsheba. Now, so just to kind of recount a little bit, in verse 3, Matthew chapter 1, verse 3, you have Tamar, the first woman that's mentioned. In verse 5, you have Rahab and Ruth. And then in verse 6, you have Bathsheba. And then if you want to go all the way down to verse 16, you have Mary. So there are 5 women that are mentioned in verse 1 through 16. Those are the 5 women who are mentioned here. Now, what I want you to just, there's a story. There's, so many layers that are, wrapped in. If you just study each one of these names, you're just going to get connected to everybody else. It's just unbelievable. It's so neat. Obviously, that's how it works because it's a genealogy. But these 5 women, this genealogy is a genealogy. The way that we can view it, just when you're looking at the women, is a genealogy of grace. And I think that is amazing. There are roughly 42, I think it's about 42 men that are mentioned in this genealogy, and there's 5 women, and then there is Jesus. Now, what's interesting about these women is what their stories are. So let's focus on Tamar. So in Tamar, Genesis 38 speaks on how no pain is too deep for God's grace. Tamar was full of pain. She lost her first husband. She lost her second husband. She is promised a third husband, was never given it to her. And so you see this grace. And what is the grace? That God allowed her to be counted worthy to be mentioned in his genealogy. Are you kidding me? From the tribe of Judah? That is unbelievable. But that's Tamar. Rahab, the harlot, is mentioned in the book of Joshua. And that speaks on how there is no past that is too bad for God's grace. Why? Because she was a harlot. I mean, in our point of view, there are people who are doing that right now who feel like they cannot be forgiven. They think that they are too far gone, that God would never be able to forgive me for the things that I've done, because they're living in their moment. They're not remembering that when Jesus died on the cross, he paid for the world's sin. It is all completed. It is all covered in John 3:16. So there's no past that is too bad for God's grace. And Rahab is a perfect picture of that. And then the next woman is Ruth. Ruth was despised. And so that shows that there's no problem that is too big for God's grace. He can cover it all. She was a Moabitess. If you remember how people viewed the Moabites, it is a very pagan type of culture. And this shows you, just by the story of Ruth, it shows that there's no problem that is too big for God's grace. Then you have Bathsheba. And then Bathsheba is mentioned in verse 6. Bathsheba basically tells us that she was completely defeated in a sense, because she shows us that there is no stain that is too deep for God's grace. So she lost her husband. She slept with David. I don't know if she made the connections. Obviously, it was more David's fault. David was the one who was in the wrong there. We know that very clearly. But she was involved, and so she's mentioned in the line, and it's fascinating to see that, just that picture right there. And then Mary, when you focus on the very last woman in verse 16, Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ, in Matthew 1, verse 16, Mary was claimed to be illegitimate because everybody knew that she was pregnant before she was married. So before Mary got married, she was pregnant. So imagine how that was in her world, in her tribe. When people viewed her, they were looking at her as a terrible person. And so she had to carry that weight. Even when Jesus was walking around, the Pharisees were talking to him, and they were like, "We are not the sons of the devil," or "We were not." The Pharisees, I can't remember it specifically, but they were basically calling Jesus a bastard, and they were calling, and that was a slight to Jesus, and that was also a slight to his mother Mary. So you see all of these. You see all of these women have their own stories, but you see that grace is involved in every one of them, which is remarkable to see that. So in a very, very small type of, minimalized genealogy, if you just focus on the women here, it is, we know who our father is. Yeah. Your father is of the devil. Yeah. It's interesting to see these connections back and forth, but it's a genealogy of grace, no matter how you look at it. But let's go ahead and go on back to Matthew chapter 1, verse 7. Let's read a couple more, and then we're going to stop here around verse 11. So in Matthew chapter 1, verse 7. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 7, it says, Solomon begot Rehoboam. Rehoboam begot Abijah, and Abijah begot Asa. Asa begot Jehoshaphat, and Jehoshaphat begot Joram, and Joram begot Uzziah. Uzziah begot Jotham, and Jotham begot Ahaz, and Ahaz begot Hezekiah. Hezekiah begot Manasseh, Manasseh begot Amon, and Amon begot Josiah. Verse 11. In verse 11, it says, Josiah begot Jeconiah and his brothers about the time they were carried away to Babylon. And after they were brought to Babylon, Jeconiah begot Shealtiel, and Shealtiel begot Zerubbabel. Okay, so now we're going to stay here for a while, because now we're going to talk about something that is really quite interesting. So the word that the name out of here is, the name that we're going to focus on here is in verse 11 and verse 12. The name that we are going to focus on is the name of Jeconiah. The Jeconiah. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30. Go to Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30. We're going to be talking about something that is really unique. Hey, good to see you, Christine. Rusty in the house. So in Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30, this is going to be remarkable. Hey, thank you for the coffee. Thank you, Gina. Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30. If you thought what we were talking about so far up until this point was a bit much, then you're in for it, because this one is a doozy. Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30. In Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30, it says this, "Thus says the Lord, write this man down as childless, a man who shall not prosper in his days. For none of his descendants shall prosper, sitting on the throne of David and ruling any more in Judah." This is crazy. This verse right here is unbelievable. The reason why is, good morning. The reason why this is so wild is because this is what God is saying to a guy. If you go to verse 24, Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 24, just so we know who he's talking to. In Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 24, it says this, "As I live, says the Lord, though Coniah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Judah," so right there you see who he's talking to. He's talking to a guy named Coniah. So this guy is named Coniah or Jeconiah or Jeconiah. But hold on a second. I'm going to put you guys on pause for a little bit. Give me 1 or 2 minutes, okay? Hold on a second. I'm going to put you guys on pause for a little bit. Give me 1 or 2 minutes, okay? Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello. Hello, Christina. Okay, you can hear me? Awesome. Hello. Sarah, hi. Yes, sir. Nice to see you guys. Sorry about that. Yep. Okay, we're about to get into some good stuff here, so I'm glad you guys are hanging out. This is wild. Yes, we can. Susie, awesome. Wendy, hello. Pika's mom, hello. DJ Nick, good to see you guys. All right. What's up, Mark? All right. I need this kind of truth in my life. No kidding. Don't we all? All right. So let's go ahead and dive into Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30. I want you guys to really think about this for a second. In Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30, it says this, "Thus says the Lord." Now, we just got done reading verse 24, so we know he's talking to a guy named Coniah or Jeconiah. You can call him Coniah or Jeconiah. It's the same thing. So he says, "Thus says the Lord, write this man down as childless." So God is saying to the king of Judah, which is where all the kings come from, God himself is saying, write him down as childless. And then he goes on to explain what it actually is talking about. In Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30, it says, "A man who shall not prosper in his days." And then it says, "For none of his descendants shall prosper, sitting on the throne of David." Okay, so here's the problem that we have in Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30. And this is what you and I will refer to as the blood curse of Jeconiah, the blood curse. God right here is pronouncing a blood curse. And when I say a blood curse, what I'm talking about is throughout his line, his descendants, which is his blood. There is a blood curse on his line. So everybody, when he has children, they're not going to be able to sit on the throne. When his children give birth to children, they're not going to sit on the throne. When their children have children, they're also not going to be able to sit on the throne. Why is this even a thing right now? Well, the thing that you need to understand here is that this is a huge deal because God is putting this on the line of the king of Judah. This is on the lineage of the king of Judah. Why is this important? It's because the person who is going to sit on the throne in the future, Jesus, comes from the son. He's a son of David. Now, what he's doing here in Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30, is he is putting this blood curse on Jeconiah, who was a son of David. So he's putting a blood curse on him and his descendants forever, saying because Jeconiah was messing around and he was doing some wicked stuff. And so Jeconiah gets this curse. God puts this curse on his line. This is remarkable, and it's important to understand why genealogies are so important, because nobody from his line was going to be able to sit on the throne of David. But wait a second. the question that naturally comes to mind is, but isn't Jesus going to sit on the throne of David? So how is Jesus going to sit on the throne of David if Jeremiah chapter 22 verse 30 says that nobody is going to sit on the throne and he's not going to prosper? None of his descendants are going to prosper sitting on the throne of David and ruling anymore in Judah. So that's the big question. The big question is, like, how are we going to how do we get around this type of thing? This is a huge situation. So in verse 30, God puts a blood curse on his descendants, on Coniah or Jeconiah. Jeconiah was a descendant from David and Solomon, because we see that in Matthew chapter 1, verse 7. We see in Joseph's genealogy, we see David, we see Solomon, and Jeconiah came from them. So we know he's a son of David. So that's a problem. But what's interesting is that in the genealogy in the book of Matthew, Matthew chapter 1, is that Joseph is the foster father of Jesus. He was a descendant of Jeconiah. So Joseph, the genealogy that we are reading about in Matthew chapter 1, Joseph, the foster father of Jesus, is a descendant from Jeconiah. So do you see where the problem is? In Matthew chapter 1, if you keep on reading down to the end of the verse 16 or 17, you see that Joseph he comes from Jeconiah. Jeconiah is up here, and God puts a blood curse on Jeconiah, and so that means that everybody that stems down from Jeconiah is not going to be able to sit on the throne of David, and they're not going to be able to prosper on the throne of David, and they're not going to rule anymore in Judah. So the problem is, how is that going to happen because Joseph is a part of Jeconiah's genealogy? Are you guys understanding what I'm saying here? Like, I know this is tough because there's a whole bunch of big names and weird things are happening and curses and like, holy smokes. But I want you to understand that blood curse was on Jeconiah, so then everybody after Jeconiah would not be able to go and sit on the throne of David. But Joseph, that's the genealogy that we are reading in the book of Matthew chapter 1. So the problem is, how do we get around that? There's got to be, like, you can just imagine, like, you know, Satan and all his minions, like, high-fiving one another when God actually did this, because they're like, wait a second, God just pronounced a blood curse on his own line, his own royal line. Are you kidding me? Our work's cut out for us, guys. But there's obviously a different plan in the background. Hey, thank you, Sherry. And so there's obviously a different plan in the background, and that is where Mary comes into play. So what's important to understand is that in Matthew, let's go back to Matthew chapter 1. Go to Matthew chapter 1 and hold your place there, and then go to Luke chapter 2, or no, chapter 3. Go to Luke chapter 3. So hold your place in Jeremiah. Hold your place in Jeremiah, hold your place in Matthew chapter 1, and hold your place in Luke chapter 3. Oh my goodness. This was one of the reasons why I was like, man, going through the book of Matthew is not going to be easy, like, because you need to weigh so many things, and there's so many. Anyways, in Matthew chapter 1, verse 7, you see, in Matthew chapter 1, verse 7, it says, Solomon begot Rehoboam. The name I want you to key in on there is Solomon. So Solomon is a son of David. So David had multiple sons. One of his sons' name was Solomon. He's the most famous son that we all know, right? Everybody knows who Solomon is. So Solomon is one of the sons of David. But now let's go to Luke chapter 3, verse 31. Luke chapter 3, verse 31. And Luke chapter 3, verse 31, it says this: the son of Meliah, the son of Menan, the son of Mathath, the son of Nathan, the son of David. So Nathan is the name that you need to understand in Luke chapter 3, verse 31. Nathan. So in Matthew chapter 1, you have Joseph's genealogy that goes to Solomon and then branches off from Solomon and goes through his offspring and whatnot. In Mary's genealogy, it goes all the way down to David, and then when it gets to David, instead of going to Solomon, it goes to Nathan. So Mary did come from David, but she came a different way, because David had multiple sons. So in one hand, Matthew documents his genealogy, and it goes from Solomon to Jeconiah to Joseph. In the Gospel of Luke, it goes from David to Nathan instead of Solomon. It goes from David to Nathan to Mary to Jesus. And you see that. That's the genealogy. And so the point here is to get you to understand that this blood curse was on Jeconiah, but there was a different route that he could go to be born without this blood curse being over him. So it's really interesting to see this kind of stuff and how it all plays out. So this curse was on Jeconiah and on his descendants. It was on Jeconiah's descendants, but it wasn't on Nathan, and it wasn't on Nathan's descendants. So that's the thing. So Jesus was a son of David. That's just the bottom of the bottom line right there. But what's really kind of cool about this entire thing is that if you go to the number one thing the takeaway from this is this right here. If you were to go to a rabbi, and you were to go up to a rabbi who doesn't believe that Jesus is the Messiah, if you were to go up to a rabbi and you were to ask him, hey, can you explain Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 30 to me? And the rabbi reads Jeremiah 22:30. If that rabbi uses logic and he thinks about it, the only way that he could explain a workaround from Jeremiah 22:30, this blood curse, the only way that makes sense is what you and I already believe in. And that is the virgin birth. The virgin birth bypasses this entire thing. The virgin birth, because without the father, Joseph was not the father. Mary was from the tribe of Judah. Joseph was also from the tribe of Judah. They are both from the tribe of Judah. They are both descendants from King David. But one side had a curse on it, the other side didn't. Now that's very interesting because of there's some verses that kind of come into play here that were prophetic in many different ways. And let's go look at some of those up. Let's go to Numbers 27. Numbers chapter 27, verse 1. Numbers chapter 27, verse 1. So Numbers chapter 27, verse 1, you have this whole situation with the daughters of a guy named Zelophehad. So let's go to Numbers chapter 27, verse 1. In Numbers chapter 27, verse 1, it says this: Then came the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, from the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. And these were the names of his daughters, Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moses, before Eleazar the priest, and before the leaders and all the congregation by the doorway of the tabernacle of meeting, saying, Our father died in the wilderness, but he was not in company of those who gathered together against the Lord, in company with Korah, but he died in his own sin, and he had no sons. Why should the name of our father be removed from among his family because he had no son? Give us a possession among our father's brothers. So Moses brought their case before the Lord, and the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, The daughters of Zelophehad speak what is right. You shall surely give them a possession of inheritance among their father's brothers, and cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. Okay, this is strange. There's a lot of things that are happening here, but what you're seeing here is that this guy named Zelophehad has 5 daughters. He doesn't have any sons. So then Zelophehad ends up dying, and these 5 daughters, there's nobody to get the inheritance, because obviously the inheritance is passed down to the son, to the son, to the son, to the son. That's just how it worked, right? But Zelophehad didn't have a son. And so he has 5 daughters, and the 5 daughters are like, well, wait a second, this doesn't make any sense. Like, how come we don't get the inheritance? The inheritance, like, how come we don't get a portion of our father's inheritance? Why would it be given to somebody else? So they go to Moses, and they're like, hey, Moses, what up, G? And they're like, hey, this doesn't make any sense. And so Moses is like, you know what? I'm going to go and I'm going to ask God, which is awesome because that's what we need to be doing in every case. You know, it is so important to take it to the Lord no matter what. And so that's something I'm learning myself, and I'm working on this myself. But Moses just naturally goes before the Lord and he asks him a question. And he's like, hey, God, I got this situation down here. I don't really know what to do. What do I do? And so God responds in verse 7, and he's like, they are right. Give them their inheritance. Now, this is prophetic in many different ways because Joseph, he had a blood curse on him. So his inheritance would have been given to Jesus. But Mary didn't have that blood curse in her genealogy. And so Mary, having this virgin birth with no son, there was no son, it was naturally, her inheritance was able to be given to Jesus. And that's very interesting, but we're given this very specific scenario in the Bible, and this is anticipating what would happen when Jesus would be born. And so it covers all of the bases, and it's really remarkable. But if you want to go to Numbers chapter 36, Numbers chapter 36, verse 3, in Numbers chapter 36, verse 3, if you want to go turn there real fast, this kind of just underlines what we just got done talking about. But Numbers chapter 36, verse 3, it says this: now, if they are married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Israel, then their inheritance will be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and it will be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry. So it will be taken from the lot of our inheritance. So what's cool about this is that Joseph and Mary were both from the tribe of Judah. Their inheritance was that of being a part of the tribe of Judah. And it's just remarkable to see, like, there's so much more behind it. There's other connections that you can make there. There's other dots that you can connect. But I just want you to understand the genealogy that goes all the way back here in Matthew has problems with it until you dive in. And then you're just like, oh, there's a reason for that. Oh, there's a reason for that. And so if you were reading the book of Jeremiah, specifically Jeremiah 22, and you get to Jeremiah 22:30, and you see this blood curse that is pronounced over the house of David from his line, you see that all of a sudden, wait, didn't Jesus come from the line of David? Well, if there's a blood curse on the line of David, then how is Jesus going to not have that blood curse on him? Because that blood curse was forever. And so you see this blood curse, and then you get to dive into it. You see that there's a genealogy in Matthew. You see that there's a genealogy in Luke. You see that Matthew gives you Joseph's genealogy, and you see that that's the problem. The problem is here in Joseph's genealogy, but the solution is in Mary's genealogy. The solution is by Mary being born of Nathan. Nathan was David's son. Solomon was David's son. But so you have David right here. David has a son, Solomon, and then this is the way that Joseph got born. David had another son, Nathan, and then this is the way that Mary was born. And so Jesus came through this line, but the father, Joseph, comes through this line, both of them being a part of the tribe of Judah, and it is unbelievable. It is really, really neat to see this kind of stuff. But that is a fun thing to kind of dive into. And that, this is like when, so when I tell you guys that I was really trying to wrap my mind around so many different things last night, we just covered like 440 years of history in the beginning before we even started chapter 1, verse 1. And now we are 12 verses into Matthew chapter 1, still in the genealogy. And do you see how this gets so complicated? And we're not, there's other names here you can run with Zerubbabel, and we could talk about that because we just got done talking about, Zechariah. You could just go all over the place and just keep on going. But it is just really fun to dive into this. But anyways, let's get back into Matthew chapter 1. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. There's so many things. There's so many pieces there. But also I kind of forgot to mention this. In the book of Matthew, so just to kind of get an overview of the Bible, the New Testament was composed over a period of about 1,600 years. There's 1,600 years that from Genesis to Malachi. That's about 1,600 years. What's interesting to think about in the book from Matthew to Revelation is that from Matthew to Revelation, all of these books were written in a lifetime. So from Genesis to Malachi, this was 1,600 years. But from Matthew to Revelation, this was just in one single lifetime. Like there's people who were alive when the first book started getting written, and that person was still alive when the last book was written. It was in a lifetime. So you see things changing from the Old Testament to the New Testament, but these genealogies are really, really quite something. Well, let's go ahead and dive on into back into this genealogy. Something that's really fun, and I don't really get too lost into this kind of stuff, but I'm going to let you guys know that it's out there, just so if you're a nerd, then you can go look into this kind of thing. But it's not even that of being a nerd. It's just something that too many people don't really look into, but it's out there, and I'd let you know just so you can be aware of it. But in this genealogy, Matthew chapter 1, verse 1 through 17, there you can divide the nouns, you can divide the male names, you can divide the words, and all kinds of other things, and they come out to be the number 7. They're divisions of number 7. They're multiples of number 7. Everything is 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. It's a very heptadic structure. And if you have been studying the Bible at all for any period of time, you understand that the number 7 is it just keeps coming up. It's all over the place. And so there's this one guy, he did this long time ago, and there's people who have piggyback based on what he has done in his work, and he does this, and it's important to use the Greek. It's not going to work if you just use your English words, but if you look into it in the Greek, it is unbelievable. There are multiples of 7 all over the place. And actually, speaking of that, let's go back to Genesis chapter 38. In Genesis chapter 38, just because we're speaking about these little hidden encryptic hidden messages, in Genesis chapter 38, we are talking about Tamra. And Tamra tricked Judah, and Judah was, trying to avoid Tamra and not give her his last son. But that same structure applies in Genesis chapter 38. But in the book of Genesis, it's written in Hebrew, obviously. There is a numerical structure where you count 49 letters. 49. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way to 49, and then you circle that one, and then you count from there to 49 letters again, you circle that one, and then you keep going 49, 49, 49, 49, 49, and you do that. And the first time that you do it, you'll get a name which spells out Boaz. So you do that and you get Boaz. But then if you start in a different place, you get the name Ruth. And if you do it in a different place, you get the name Obed. And if you start in a different place, you get the name Jesse. And then if you do it again, you get the name David. What is interesting about this is that those names are all hidden in Genesis chapter 38 in Hebrew, every 49th letter, which is remarkable. And you're like, okay, well, that's kind of weird, right? But what's even more bizarre is that it's Boaz, Ruth, Obed, Jesse. Those 4 names are in chronological order that lead up to David. And that is the same way that it's spelled out to us in Matthew chapter 1, because in Matthew chapter 1, that is the exact same thing. Boaz, Ruth, Obed, Jesse. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 5, Boaz, Ruth, Obed, Jesse, and then it goes straight into David. It is unbelievable to see this. You have the genealogy hidden. It's very encrypted, and there's books out there that do this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, there's all kinds of reasons to be like, hey, yeah, I know this is the word of God beyond the shadow of a doubt. But when you go back and hey, thank you, Chris. When you go back and you think about Moses, because Moses wrote the book of Genesis, you go back to this and you hear these things, and people have spent their entire life trying to find these things, and there's definitely fruit that comes from it. I'm never going to get lost in this kind of thing, numerical structure. However, I do acknowledge its existence, and I do think that that's important to do. But I think when I say that we are literally unpacking the tip of the iceberg by talking about what we've talked here, I mean that. I really do. It is quite literal. We are literally scratching the surface. We have no grasp. Not one jot or tittle will be, like it's unbelievable. There's this one rabbi who he made the claim. He's like, even the spaces between the letters mean something. He's like, that's how significant the Word of God is. Like, this Word of God, the way it's designed, it just proves a design. There's a designer, there's this almighty powerful God, and we get to like read this and pour ourselves into it. And when we're pouring ourselves into it, it's pouring itself into us, and it is just unbelievable. This type of stuff is remarkable. But there's those things that are out there. There's a book out there if you guys are interested. It's called Cosmic Codes. There's even a guy on YouTube, I don't know what his name is, but he dives in and he unpacks all kinds of different numerical sequences all throughout the Bible, like 70 times 7, 7 times 7, 7,777, 7 million. Like, he just keeps on going with sevens. And it's kind of cool. But my point is that, like, at the end of the day, the only thing to really take away from this is to really just wrap your mind around the fact that we truly, like, this is real. This is a very real thing. And that's what I want you guys to understand. Okay, so let's get back to Matthew chapter 1. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 13. Matthew chapter 1, verse 13, it says, Zerubbabel begot Abiud, Abiud begot Eliakim, and Eliakim begot Azor. Azor begot Zadok. Zadok begot Achim, and Achim begot Eliud. Eliud begot Eleazar. Eleazar begot Mattan. Mathan begot Jacob. And Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. From David until the captivity in Babylon are 14 generations. And from the captivity in Babylon until the Christ are 14 generations. Okay, so that is Matthew chapter 1, verse 1 through 17. And very, very cool stuff. Very cool things are happening. And now we're going to get into verse 18. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. I know that's a lot. There's so many things here, big names. And if you could just do a study on the names. Speaking of the study of names, which is really remarkable just because we're on this, so we're talking about genealogy. So before we go, let's go ahead and go to Genesis chapter 5, which is something that we talked about before. But in Genesis chapter 5, you have this insane genealogy. In Genesis chapter 5, you have the genealogy from Adam to Noah that is given. In Genesis chapter 5, you have the genealogy from Adam to Noah. So you have Adam, Seth, Enosh, Canaan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. You have those 10 names that are given in Genesis chapter 5. Now, as we've learned in Zechariah chapter 1 and in Isaiah in multiple places, names have meaning. And when you start diving into these names and you start to like see what picture the names paint, you get to see these amazing things. In Zechariah chapter 1, verse 1, you have Zechariah, Berechiah, and Iddo, which means Zechariah means Yahweh remembers. Berechiah means Yahweh blesses, and Iddo means at the appointed time. So within their little three-person genealogy, it spells out Yahweh remembers and blesses at the appointed time. That was to a nation that had the wind taken out of their sails. And that's in the first chapter, chapter 1, verse 1 of Zechariah. That is just one example. Another example is in Isaiah. Isaiah's name is Yahweh is salvation. And then he stands before this King Ahaz, and he's standing there with his two sons, Shear-Jashub, and I always forget the other guy's name, but each one of their names have a message. It has a meaning. So the same thing is true here in Genesis chapter 5. In Genesis chapter 5, you have the genealogy from Adam to Noah, and this is really neat. But if you translate Adam, it stands for man. If you translate what Seth means, it means appointed. If you translate what Enosh means, it means mortal. Canaan means sorrow. Mahalalel means blessed God. Jared means shall come down. Enoch means teaching. Methuselah, his death shall bring. Lamech, the despairing. Noah, comfort or rest. So what the genealogy from Adam to Noah means, if you were to translate it into what their names actually mean, it would read this sentence. It says, man is appointed mortal sorrow. But the blessed God shall come down, teaching. His death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. That is in the genealogy in Genesis chapter 5, from Adam to Noah. You have the gospel message that is hidden away. Thank you, Sherry. That is hidden away in a genealogy. And so when we start to dive in and we're like, what do all these things mean? You just are like learning this type of stuff. And it's just like, my goodness, this is all over the place. And we truly have no idea, because we're looking into the genealogy of Joseph, and there's so many cool things that are there. And it's just fun. It's just fun learning these things. It is just so neat. So let's go back to the book of Matthew, and let's go to Matthew chapter 1, verse 18. And let's get into a little bit more calmer waters, I suppose. But in Matthew chapter 1, verse 18, it says this: Now the birth of Jesus Christ was as follows. After his mother Mary was betrothed to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Spirit. Then Joseph, her husband, being a just man, and not wanting to make her a public example, was minded to put her away secretly. But while he thought about these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, do not be afraid to take to you Mary, your wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Spirit. So here in verse 20, you see Joseph, son of David, which Joseph was referred to as son of David because he was a son of David. Why does it keep going back to David? How come it's not Joseph, son of Solomon? It's because David was the king of Israel. David. Who was this everlasting covenant made with? It was made with David. In 2 Samuel chapter 7, this everlasting covenant that God made with David was everlasting, eternal, forever, not going anywhere, everlasting. It is unreal. But here in Matthew chapter 1, verse 20, he's talking to Joseph. He calls him the son of David. And what I think is very interesting, and I don't know why, but nowhere in the Bible, at least that I am aware of, is there a sentence that we are given where Joseph actually speaks. Joseph never talks. Like, he's mentioned all over the place, but he never is, like, there's never a sentence where we are told where he actually is saying something. Like, like Mary has said a whole bunch of stuff. But Joseph, like, there's no words that were ever told. Now, we do know that he does speak because, like, their culture back then, like, when a husband and wife had a child, they would go to the priest, and the priest would always ask the father, just because this is how their culture was, the priest would ask the father, what is the name? And so, what is the name of your child? And so the father would have to speak it to the priest, and the father would be the first person to say the name. They'd be like, we're going to call his name Jesus. And so it's interesting because he had to have told that priest what his name means. And so, I mean, this is amazing. Like, this is talking about Jesus. I just love this. And so anyways, we know that he does speak because he had to do it. Let's go to verse 21. Matthew chapter 1, verse 21. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 21, it says, And she will bring forth a son, and you shall call his name Jesus. It says, you shall call his name Jesus. You shall call his name Jesus, for he will save his people from their sins. I mean, this is so cool to read about this. I mean, Jesus, we just got done reading Zechariah chapter 6. In Zechariah chapter 6, you see this whole picture. You see this whole type of where Zechariah was told to go up to Joshua, the high priest, and put a crown on him. And it was a symbolic gesture of what Jesus would fulfill in the future. They were prophesying about something to happen in the future that would be fulfilled by somebody else hundreds of years later, or well, even thousands of years later, because he hasn't fulfilled that part yet. But in Joshua chapter 6, they were prophesying of a guy named Jesus. Now, if you were here for the study of Zechariah, you're probably already making all the connections, because when Zechariah went and crowned that high priest, he was crowning a high priest, and his name was Joshua. Now, the word Joshua in Hebrew is Yehoshua, and Yehoshua is the name Yahweh, or Jehovah is salvation. That's Joshua in Hebrew. But what Jesus is in Greek, because remember, they've been switching over to this Greek time period because of their captivity in under the Alexander the Great and whatnot. They are talking, and Jesus in Greek is Yeshua. Now that's really cool because Yeshua is the same thing as Yehoshua. Yehoshua and Yeshua are Jehovah is salvation. So it says, "You shall call his name Yeshua," or Jehovah is salvation. I mean, his name right there, right off the rip, just tells you everything about him. And it's interesting that it says, "For he will save his people from their sins." I want you to be mindful of what is not listed here. It doesn't say that he will save his people from their sins as long as they get water baptized. It says he will save his people from their sins. His people, my sheep know my voice, and they hear my voice and they recognize my voice. We know when he's speaking. There's people who can read the Bible, but they don't have ears to hear. They understand, they're educated, but just because they're educated doesn't mean that they believe. Like, there are people who know more about this book than I ever will, who do not believe it, which is fascinating. I'm like, how is that even possible? But here, this is all about Jesus. It says he will save his people from their sins. I just want to take this time to let you know that the only way to get to heaven is by putting your faith in Christ and Christ alone, by believing that this Jesus in verse 21 is Jesus, the Son of God, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, "For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved." Why? Because Jesus, or Yeshua, is Jehovah is salvation. It is not baptism is salvation. It is Jehovah is salvation. I want you to know there are other people who are going to disagree with me on that. And there's people in here who are probably like, "Nope, you're wrong." And I'm like, no, I'm not. And that's, like, I'm telling you what, this is quite literally everything. This is what the Bible is all about. We're diving into so many different areas of the Bible. We were in Genesis, we were in Ruth, we were in Deuteronomy. We were all over the place so far. And I don't want you to lose sight of the fact of what the whole point is. The whole point of this entire thing that we're doing right now is to point everything back to Jesus. Everything is going back to Jesus. No matter where we are in the Bible, it always goes back to him. It's pointing back to him. It's pointing back to him. You want to read something in Leviticus? It's pointing to Jesus. You want to read something about Zechariah? It's pointing to Jesus. You want to read Isaiah? It's pointing to Jesus. You want to read something about John? It's pointing to Jesus. You want to read something about Revelation? It's pointing to Jesus. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Oh, man. Let's go back to Matthew chapter 1. Baptism does not wash you from your sins, Sarah. It does not. That is correct. Baptism does not wash away the sins. That is, you just got to ask yourself the question, for anybody who's on the fence about that, is that if you could get to heaven by being dunked in water, then why would Jesus need to die on the cross at all? Jesus. It's not Christ and, it is Christ alone. Jesus and Jesus alone. But Matthew chapter 1, verse 22, in Matthew chapter 1, verse 22, it says, "So all this was done, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, saying, Behold, the virgin shall be with child, and bear a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel," which is translated, God with us. Now, he is quoting from Isaiah chapter 7 right here, if you guys wanted to go turn there real fast, but he's quoting from Isaiah chapter 7. In Isaiah chapter 7, this is one of those times where Isaiah goes up to Ahaz, and in Isaiah chapter 7 verse 10, it says, "Moreover, the Lord spoke again to Ahaz, saying, Ask a sign for yourself from the Lord your God. Ask it either in depth or in the height above." But Ahaz said, "I will not ask, nor will I test the Lord." Then he, Isaiah, said, "Hear now, O house of David. It is a small thing for you to weary, men, but will you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel." This was a sign that was given way back, right? And so not only all the way back to Isaiah chapter 7, which is what we just read right there. But let's go back to Genesis chapter 3. Go to Genesis chapter 3 real fast. So in Genesis chapter 3, you have Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, it says this. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, it says this. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15 uses the word her seed. That is so unnatural to say. It's not her seed. It should always be his seed, right? Because that's where it comes from. It comes from the man, his seed, right? But here it says her seed. This is anticipating the virgin birth. Her seed. Who's her? This is the title of Jesus. The seed is Jesus, but her seed is talking about Mary being born of the virgin. That is what it's anticipating way in advance, and that's in the 3rd chapter of the book of Genesis. Crazy. That is so neat. But let's go back to Matthew chapter 1. Matthew chapter 1 to verse 24. In Matthew chapter 1, verse 24, it says, Then Joseph, being aroused from sleep, did as the angel of the Lord commanded him, and took to him his wife, and did not know her till she had brought forth her firstborn son. And he called his name Jesus. So we know that Joseph obviously speaks because it says he called his name Jesus, referring to Joseph. Joseph was the one who called his name Jesus. So it's a very, very cool chapter. Woo! Yeah, Lisa. Very cool stuff. All right, so that is Matthew chapter 1. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. We're about to dive into Matthew chapter 2, and we're going to be talking about these guys called the Magi, or the wise men, which is going to be fun. We're going to be talking about things. We're going to be asking questions, trying to figure some things out and connect some dots. And it's going to be a good time. It's going to require a lot of background. But before I do, I want you guys to know that all of these things are up on YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you guys are interested in looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, that's what we do here. We just tackle every book. We just go through it book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. And we've done that with Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, and a whole bunch of other books right now. And so those are all up on YouTube, there's a TikTok link up in my TikTok profile if you would like to go check that out. But the most important thing, obviously, is to know how to know for sure you can get to heaven, and that is by believing that you're a sinner, understanding that you're a sinner, that you, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, right? Romans 3:23, Romans 6:23, but for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, our Lord. We're running out of books, Ryan. What's up, Eli? I know. Oh, man. Matthew's going to take a while. I mean, if it took me, I'm telling you, it took me probably 8 hours for these 2 chapters, at least. So it's going to be a while to cover this one if the first 2 chapters have anything to say about the rest of the last chapters. Which I'm hoping not, because I do understand that every time we dive into a new book, doing the background is exhausting. It really takes a lot. And so really trying to understand and connect the dots and being like, oh, this is here, this is here, this is here. And then when I write it all down, just like with my little handwriting, which takes a long time too, but it's all good. Like, I'm excited. I'm glad I'm doing it, because it's like when I write it down, it sticks more. And I'm sure the same thing works for you guys too. Like when you guys write stuff down, it sticks with you a little bit more. But all of these things are up on YouTube. But I just want you to understand that the only way to heaven is by putting your faith in what Jesus did on the cross, by believing in what Jesus did, and that you are a sinner, but by his grace you can be saved. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. I'm a writer. Let's go, Kelly. I'm a writer too. Romans 6:23. That's right, Grammy K. Faith and faith alone. Leah Heller. Oh man. Okay. Good to see you guys. I can cover it for you. You can cover it. We are on our 23rd book. 23rd book. Oh, holy smokes. Thanks, Eli. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. God-fearing woman, for sure. I'm very honored, humbled to do this. Thank you. Hey, Sephora, good to see you. I can't wait to go. Sarah. Okay, let's go ahead and get on into it. Matthew chapter 2, I about said Zechariah again. Thank you for that, Sephora. Little bird. Every time I see your name now, I'm just like, that's a little bird. So, um, but Matthew chapter 2. Matthew chapter 2 is going to be a fun one. But just a little bit. LOL, I love it, right? It's so fun. I mean, it's just don't change your name. It's like when you guys change your name in your profile picture or your profile picture and your name, it just completely throws me for a loop. Coffee Queen did that, and she's going to change it back for me because I'm like, I don't know who this lawyer person is, but no. Hey, thank you, Leah. I can't write. My stupid hand doesn't work. Oh, well, that's okay. Oh, there she is. There's Coffee. Lawyer Laney. I'm calling you out. All right, so let's do a little bit of recap before we dive into chapter 2, okay? Hello, I'm Kelly Jude. Hello, I'm listening and cooking. What's up, Lisa? Nice. Why do you go from Zechariah to Matthew? Why did you skip Malachi? I don't know. There's no rhyme or reason why we're doing what we're doing. We're going to hit them all sooner or later. Jen, that makes sense. Genji, I would have guessed. Yeah, there's no rhyme or reason. We're just kind of going with it. But let's rewind a little bit and let's get a little bit more of a historical background before we dive into chapter 2. Sheesh! What's up, Cover Girl? How are you? Man, haven't seen you for a minute. Good to see you. All right, so let's do some background before we dive into chapter 2. So just a little bit of a review. If you guys weren't here for the actual review, this is going to be a little bit simplified version of what we had already talked about at the very beginning. So if you missed it, I'm going to just try to summarize it rather quickly. So you have the 4 empires in Daniel chapter 2. You have Babylon, you have the Medo-Persian Empire, you have the Alexander the Great and the Greek Empire, and then you have the Roman Empire. So you have in Matthew, the one that's in charge in Matthew is the Roman Empire, the last one, which means Babylon fell. It fell to the Medo-Persian Empire. Then the Medo-Persian Empire fell, and it fell to Alexander the Great. And then Alexander the Great fell, and it fell because of the Roman Empire. Now, Alexander the Great, he ended up dying at a very young age, and so he basically divided his empire into 4 sections. And those 4 sections are Cassandra, Lysimachus, or something, Lysimachus. You have Seleucid, and you have Ptolemy. So you had those 4 parts of Alexander the Great's empire that was divided in 4 sections, and that is how that was the beginning of the fall of Alexander the Great's empire. Because after Alexander the Great died, there was a division and there was a power struggle among the 4 sections of his empire. And so what's really interesting about that is that where you have Cassandra and you have Lysimachus that were up here, they had their own little sections. But then right here was the main one. There's 2 main sections out of Alexander the Great's empire. And the first main section was Seleucid, the Seleucid Empire. And then the other main section was Ptolemy. So you have these 2 sections here. And right where they meet, right here at this linchpin, is where Israel was. So Israel was right in the middle. It was kind of like this little bit of a buffer zone. So this huge empire going against this other empire, and Israel was just caught right in the middle of it all. But going back, when the Greek Empire starts to fall, so you have Babylon. It fell to the Medo-Persians. The Medo-Persian Empire fell to the Greeks. So when this Greek Empire starts to fall, there's another empire that rises that was not part of those 4 empires that Daniel saw. The empire that we're talking about here is referred to as the Parthian Empire, and it was around 250 BC, and it goes all the way about 200 years into after Jesus was born. So this empire was around for 400 or 500 years. So it was pretty significant. But they existed at the same time as the Roman Empire. So the Roman Empire is all the way over here, and the Parthian Empire was over here. And so this Parthian Empire is what you and I would refer to in the part of the world if you were looking at a map. I'm not one of those people who's like, yeah, I got a green screen and I can point to things. I don't know how to do that. If I did, I would have already been doing it in those TikTok videos that I do, but I do it the long way because I don't know how to do it. I need help. But you have the Parthian Empire, which is what you and I would refer to as Iran and Afghanistan over here. So Iran and Afghanistan put together is what composed the Parthian Empire back then, and then it was competing against the Roman Empire over here. And so they were around during the same time, and but during this time there was all these wars that basically happened between the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire, and this is when Pompey got involved. We talked about Pompey before. Pompey was a stud. He was a mastermind, and he was going and he was attacking the Parthian Empire, and then they would fight back. Pompey got stronger, and more people followed him, and then Pompey ended up pushing back against Caesar. Now, that caused a civil war to happen inside the Roman Empire, which is very interesting to visualize, a civil war that is actually taking place inside this giant Roman Empire. So while there's this civil war going on, the Parthian Empire is like, hey, what's going on over there in the Roman Empire? And so they were like, hey, should we attack? What's going on? But anyways, long story short, Pompey versus Julius Caesar, Caesar comes out on top and Pompey dies. So Caesar is in charge. So Caesar is going to start rewarding all of his people who actually helped him win against Pompey. So one of those guys that he rewards is a guy named Antipater. Now Antipater comes on scene, and he basically becomes the procurator of Judea, which is what we talked about before, where he was in charge of taxing the people, and after taxing the people, he was also in charge of judicial matters and whatnot. But he was promoted because he helped Caesar during the civil war that was happening because of Pompey. But then after Antipater comes into power, he appoints Herod, or Herod the Great is appointed king of Judea, and Herod is appointed king of Judea by the Roman Senate, but mainly because of Antipater and his persuasion at that time. So Herod the Great becomes in charge. Now, what's important to understand is that just because Herod the Great is king of Judea, it still took Herod the Great 3 years to conquer Jerusalem, because the Jews weren't going down without a fight. And so they were out there fighting and whatnot. And so finally, Herod conquers Jerusalem. Then, around 20 BC, so, hey, thanks, Christina. Around 20 BC, Herod begins to work on the temple. He begins to work on this temple. Okay, so a little background on the temples. You have the first temple that Solomon built, and that temple was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. Then you have the second temple that Zerubbabel built, and that was the temple that makes it all the way into the New Testament. Hey, thank you, Christina. That second temple makes it all the way into the New Testament. But when Herod goes in and takes over inside Judea, he is king. He is the appointed king. Important word to understand. He's appointed. He is not born king. He is appointed king. So Herod comes in, and he basically is a show of force in Jerusalem. Now, I want you to imagine being a Jewish person during this time. You are in the Holy Land. You're there. You're looking around, and you're being oppressed by this Roman law. The Roman Empire is in your backyard, and you're looking around, and not only are they in your backyard, but they remove your ability for capital punishment. Because the Jewish people, they were their own civilization in a sort. Like they were kind of just to make it in modern terms, they were kind of like the Amish. Like nobody, like What do the Amish do? Like, how do they do things, right? Like, does anybody like who are the Amish? Like, nobody knows. But these Amish people, they got like their own like little situation. They figure everything out of their own, and like if somebody dies, nobody even knows because nobody even pays attention. It's just like, okay, we're all just paying attention. Are we all just pretending that this is okay? Like, how is this? Anyways, my point here is to get you to understand that the Amish had their own setup, just like how the Jewish people did. The Jewish people, they were handling everything in home. And so if somebody did something wrong, they had laws in place and they had leaders in place to enact a specific punishment on those people just in case there needed to be something that needed to be handled. And so that is what is going on here. So use the Amish to kind of look at the Jewish people. But when the Romans came in, they removed their ability to do that. And so that is why that was a huge thing, because that's why, like, back, like with these false prophets, like according to the Old Testament, those false prophets were supposed to be stoned to death. Like, they weren't allowed to do that anymore, which is very fascinating, because in Acts chapter 7, when Stephen was standing before the Sanhedrin and Stephen was just taking these guys to school, which, keep in mind, the Sanhedrin was like the experts back then, Stephen got stoned to death. That was illegal. They should not have done that because that was illegal. They did not have the power to enact capital punishment, but you saw how red their eyes started seeing when Stephen started spitting facts, and they're just like, we're going to put an end to this. They broke the law. Now, it's interesting to think about the dynamics that were going on between the Jews and the Romans, because, again, the Jewish people were living there. They did not want to be oppressed by the Roman Empire. But the Roman Empire just starts waddling in there, and they're just like, hey, we're going to take over. Is that okay with you guys? And they're like, no, it's not okay. So there's all kinds of like tension that was going on between these people. And so that is why Herod the Great, was like, you know what? I'm going to smooth things over with the Jewish people. And so the way that he thinks that he's going to smooth things over with the Jewish people is by fixing up the temple. And so Zerubbabel builds this second temple, which is everything that we got done talking about in the book of Zechariah. If you were there for that, then you understand what I'm talking about. But the second temple is what Zerubbabel ended up basically being the foreman of sorts for that temple. And so that temple was built. It is completed at this point. And so Herod the Great is like, you know what? I have an idea. I'm gonna bake them cookies, and I'm gonna walk on over there, and I'm gonna fix up their temple, and I'm going to expand it, and I'm gonna show them that it can be better than what it is right now. And so Herod goes on over there, and he's like, I'm gonna make it better. I'm gonna try to build some rapport with these people, and that is what he ends up doing. So he goes in and he starts working on the temple in hopes of building a relationship with the Jews. Now, this Herod is what you and I would refer to as Herod the Great. There is multiple Herods. Just so you can understand, whenever you think of the word Herod, it's just like the last name. So just like whatever your last name is. Like if your last name is Miller, it's the same thing. Like this is Miller the Great. So Herod, it's just so you can understand it. There is multiple Herods. But this Herod the Great, this was the one that was around when Jesus was born. But tensions, what I want you to understand is that tensions were high between the Romans and between the Jewish people at this time. Okay, so the reason why we just did that review is to get you to understand what we're about to talk about next. Oh, hello, Willie Bird. Oh man, he's back. This guy. Oh no. But what I want you to understand is what we're about to talk about now is that we are going to be talking about these people called the Magi. The Magi is going to be the focus of this next conversation because we're going to be forced to talk about it in Matthew chapter 2. And so going back to this Magi, it's important to understand some things about the Magi. The Magi were the ones that go way back to the book of Daniel. And we're going to go back to Daniel and we're going to talk about these things. But just to kind of give you a brief flyby, just so your mind can kind of wrap around it a little bit, the Magi were king choosers, and they were a part of this Persian Parthian empire. So you have these Persian Parthian empire. Remember where Iran and Afghanistan was over here, and you have these Magi that were over here, and then you have the Roman Empire that was all the way over here, and so the Persians over here, the Magi within the Parthian Empire, they start walking all the way over into the Roman Empire, all the way to Jerusalem. And so these Persians, these Magi, their role, one of their roles was to select a king. And that is very significant. They were to select a king. So we need to remember this when these Magi show up, because they are going to show up in enemy territory. That is something I need you to make a connection to. In Matthew chapter 2, these Magi are going to be entering into Jerusalem, which was just taken over by the Romans. So imagine the situation. Imagine you're a Jewish person, and you are now being oppressed by a very clear show of force in your territory by the Romans. They're walking around with swords, and they got the little redhead mohawk thing going on, and they're like clinking and walking all over the place, and they're like, man, this is really uncomfortable, but apparently this is what we're doing now. You guys okay with this? Like, how do we even get the color red? But that's what they do. And so that is, so these Magi show up, and they ride so far, and they go to Jerusalem. Now, keep in mind that the Parthian Empire and the Roman Empire were fighting each other, because if you go way back, Pompey was going to battle against the Parthian Empire for the Roman Empire. So the Romans and the Parthians were fighting. And so here's what I want you to understand. I want you to visualize the scene. I want you to imagine that you're a Jewish person. You're in Jerusalem. You are there. You're being oppressed by the Roman law that you don't want to be there. And then all of a sudden, these Magi, these Parthians, start coming into town. And you know that they are enemies of Rome. And so you're a Jew just like sitting back, just like watching, eating popcorn. You're like, oh my goodness, these people came all the way into our neck of the woods, and they know that the Romans don't like them. The Parthian Empire doesn't like the Romans, and they're here anyways. That's crazy. Okay, I'm with you. Awesome. Jen, you're the only one. I appreciate you. No, I know everybody else. I'm just kidding. I know there's probably more, but that's kind of the scene that I want you to understand. This is a very, very significant part of the picture to really, really wrap your mind around. So when they come up and they start talking to people, and they go up to Herod and they're like, hey, where is he born king of the Jews? I want you to just visualize how serious that comes across to Herod. The tension of their presence quite literally rattled everyone. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive on into Matthew chapter 2. Matthew chapter 2. With all that backstory, now let's get into it. Matthew chapter 2, verse 1. In Matthew chapter 2, verse 1, it says, now after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, behold, wise men from the east came to Jerusalem. Okay, here we go. Matthew chapter 2, verse 1, you have the scene. It says, now after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, behold, wise men from the east, they came to Jerusalem. That is a very important thing to really understand, because we're going to be really stretching our minds in a roundabout way. But what I want you to get here is that these wise men, which is what you and I would refer to as Magi, they show up, and they came to Jerusalem. So they show up at Jerusalem, which is north of Bethlehem. So here's Jerusalem. So they come all the way from the east. They're all the way over here, north, south, east, west. Never eat soggy waffles. Yes. They came all the way from here from the east. They make the trek all the way to Jerusalem, which is where Herod was, but Bethlehem was down here. Why didn't they come to Bethlehem? They came to Jerusalem. It's because they didn't have all the answers. That is something to understand. And that is what we're told in Matthew chapter 2, verse 1. It says, now after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, behold, wise men from the east, from that Parthian Empire, that's where they came from the east, which was east. They came from the Parthian Empire, came all the way to Jerusalem. And then they said, where is he who has been born King of the Jews? Now that is I mean, that's like the biggest slap in the face. Like, this is such a huge slap in the face. I hope you understand the tension. You have this enemy coming into your house and then walking in there and then saying, hey, Herod, where is he who was been born the King of the Jews? Now, we just got done doing all that backstory talking about Herod and how Antipater basically appointed Herod as King of the Jews. Herod was appointed. These magi show up and they're like, where is he who has been born King of the Jews? Very distinct situations here, and understand the tension that is actually happening, because this tension from the Parthians, from these magi who show up, they walk in there and this is like a slap across the face. I want you to remember that, because the tension was so high. These wise men were in enemy territory. So it says, where is he who has been born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east and have come to worship him. Okay. I mean, this whole chapter is so much fun. So this is fun, right? Okay, so they ask him, where is he who has been born King of the Jews? And so you have the title King of the Jews. This is a title that was given to Jesus right when he was born. But what's also important to understand is that Jesus was also he had the same title when he died. So he has the title King of the Jews when he's born, and what was nailed right above his head right when Jesus was crucified? This is Jesus, King of the Jews. And that is what he was born with the title, and he dies with that title, which is very interesting. But it says, for we have seen his star in the east and have come to worship him. So what is kind of cool is the first question that is mentioned in the New Testament is in verse 2. The first question in the New Testament is Matthew 2, verse 2. And the first question is this: where is he who has been born King of the Jews? That's the first question. Okay. Well, let's make a connection here. Let's go to Genesis chapter 3. Let's go look up the first question that was mentioned in the Old Testament. Go to Genesis chapter 3, verse 9. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 9, you have the first question that God asks. The first question that God asks is this: where are you? It says in verse 9, it says, then the Lord God called to Adam and said to him, where are you? Now that's interesting, because just a couple verses before this, Satan basically is challenging Eve and is like, hath God surely said, and all those things. But the first question that God asks is, where are you, Adam? He's talking to Adam. And what I think is very interesting to make the connection here is that in the Old Testament, the very first question that God asks is to the first Adam. And then in the New Testament, the very first question that is asked is about the last Adam. So you have the first Adam and you have the last Adam. That's very interesting to see, the first Adam and the last Adam. The first Adam is Adam. The last Adam is Jesus. And so that's very kind of cool to see this kind of stuff. But it says, for we have seen his star in the east and have come to worship him. Wow. When Herod the king heard this, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. Now, this is very important to understand, because it says here in verse 3 that all Jerusalem was troubled with him. Why would... Okay, so here's the misnomer that is relatively accepted. You know, like, we three kings of Orient are... Like, we have the three king aspect because of gold, silver, and frankincense. Gold, frankincense, and myrrh, right? We believe that there are three wise men because there were three gifts. Not true. It's not true. And so what is interesting about this is that it says in verse 3, it says, when Herod the king heard this, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. So the king was troubled, and so was the entire city. Why? If there were just three people who showed up, nobody would even known that they were there, because how do you even... So there had to have been a whole bunch of people showing up. And so I want you to visualize this trek. So here is the Parthian. This is where they came from, the Parthian Empire. This is where the Magi came from. They traveled from all the way over here. They traveled all the way to Jerusalem. Here, which was probably 1,000 to 1,500 miles long. It probably took them like 3-4 months to get there. I don't know. It took them months to walk, like, right. And so and to ride a whatever they were riding. Maybe they were riding a noble steed. But this is fascinating to understand these details, that all of Jerusalem was troubled. All of Jerusalem was troubled. Now, let's unpack this kind of stuff, because this is very important. You need to understand that they were all troubled because they had a reason to be troubled. They had a reason, because when they were traveling, these people were magi. These magi were high officials. They were very important people, or VIP. Yeah, very, very important people. I'm just a P. I'm just a person. I'm not even an IP. I'm just a P. Like, okay, so they were very important people in the Parthian Empire. I'm so sorry. But you see that all of Jerusalem was troubled with Herod. So they probably, most likely, definitely showed up in this caravan of people, and they most likely had an armed guard with them. So again, remember the tensions that were there. The tensions was that Herod was the king of the Jews during this time. The Jewish people who he was king of did not like him. So not only is he living in an area where the people who he's king over do not like him, but now the Parthians are coming into town. And so now he just is feeling like surrounded in a roundabout way. Be like, hey, are these guys, like, we fought you in the past? Like, are we about to fight again? What are you going to do here? What are you doing in my hood? Right? And you have this whole situation building up, and Herod's like, I am troubled. And when the king is troubled, then everybody else is troubled too. And that is what's going on here. So this was not just 3 men. This was a whole caravan with a whole armed guard. It was a whole convoy, is in a roundabout way. So let's go ahead and keep going in Matthew chapter 2, verse 4. In Matthew chapter 2, verse 4, it says, when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he inquired of them where the Christ was to be born. So they said to him, in Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet, but you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are not the least among the rulers of Judah, for out of you shall come a ruler who will shepherd my people, Israel. So he is quoting Micah chapter 5, verse 2. If you guys want to go to Micah chapter 5, verse 2. Micah chapter 5, verse 2. Micah chapter 5, verse 2. In Micah chapter 5, verse 2, it says this, but you, Bethlehem, Ephrathah, though you are little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of you shall come forth to me the one to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth are from of old, from everlasting. This verse right here is it's so beautiful. It is so cool. Now, this is one of the verses that I'm sure you probably get like on your Christmas cards, but it says at the very end of Micah chapter 5, verse 2, it says, the one to be ruler in Israel, whose going forth are from old, from everlasting. So what he's saying here in verse 2 is he's going to be born in Bethlehem, but he's been around forever. He's saying he's going to be the Messiah, this ruler, the one who is going to rule in Israel, is going to be born in Bethlehem, but he's been around forever. Just think about that. Like, that's crazy. He's going to be born in Bethlehem, guys. Okay. And so what's interesting, when you go back to Matthew chapter 2, you see that these priests, it says in Matthew chapter 2, verse 4, it says, and when he gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he inquired of them where the Christ was to be born. So what is interesting about this, thank you, Genji, what's interesting about this is that the chief priests and the scribes came to the correct conclusion. And that is vital to understand. Why is this vital to understand? It's because they had the scriptures. They looked, and when they looked, they found. That is why they were able to give this information to the king of the Jews at the time, which was Herod. So they give this information, and they're like, yeah, Micah, according to Micah the prophet, apparently he's going to be born in Bethlehem. I think that's very provocative. Why? Because there were so many other scriptures prophesying about the Messiah that they completely ignored. Daniel 9, all the ones in Isaiah, the ones in Zechariah, you see all of these, and they ignored them. But they found the right answer here, which is very interesting to pay attention to. Verse 7, let's go on, Matthew chapter 2, verse 7. In Matthew chapter 2, verse 7, it says, Then Herod, when he had secretly called the wise men, determined from them what time the star appeared. So he's asking them what time the star appeared, because now he's trying to get a little bit of a time frame, a little bit of more information without coming across in a very negative kind of way. He's just trying to pry for some information. But clearly he has very evil intentions, because we know what he's going to do. But it says in verse 8, Matthew chapter 2, verse 8, it says, And he sent them to Bethlehem and said, Go and search carefully for the young child. And when you have found him, bring back word to me that I may come and worship him also. Clearly, this is a big lie, right? This is clearly not okay. Now, what's interesting about this is that in verse 8, what you see is the Magi, the people who traveled far to get to where they were right there in Jerusalem. What's important to understand is that they didn't know where to go. They just showed up. They're like, we're here, and we don't know where to go, right? So they're there, and they're asking, where is he? Where is he? I don't know if they just automatically assumed that they would have him in a castle, in a palace, in a kingdom, and they thought that all the Jewish people would be aware of this kind of stuff, because after all, you guys are the Jewish people. You should know this kind of stuff, right? So it's very interesting. So maybe that's what the Magi were thinking. Maybe that's why they came here, because they're like, hey, he's probably born by now. They probably have him in the kingdom, in the palace. Thank you, Genji. And so it's interesting. That's probably why they showed up. This is all conjecture. I'm just spitballing with you guys here. But what's interesting about what's going on in verse 8 is that you have this dialogue between the Magi and Herod. So you have the Magi and Herod in the room. The Magi were seeking him. Herod was hating him. Now that kind of, it's very clear that this is what the world is divided into. So let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 1. 1 Corinthians chapter 1, I think. Yeah, go to 1 Corinthians chapter 1. Because it basically divides the whole world into two categories. You have those who are seeking him, and then you have those who hate him. So in 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 18. 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 18. Well, let's read verse 17. 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 17, just because it's so good. Paul says in 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 17, Paul says, For Christ did not send me to baptize. Weird. You think if baptism was necessary for salvation, you think Paul would be baptizing. But Paul says, For Christ did not send me to baptize, but to preach the gospel, not with wisdom of words, lest the cross of Christ should be made of no effect. Do not take away from what Jesus did on the cross. Man, oh man, you do not want to do that. But verse 18, 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 18, Paul says, For the message of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved, it is the power of God. So Paul separates two people, or the entire world, into two categories. He says that the message of the cross is either foolishness to those who are perishing, or for those who are being saved, it is the power of God. You are either in one of those categories. There's no other category. You're either foolish or you are being saved. The message of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing. It's really interesting how many people like to make fun of the cross. It's just fascinating. It is unbelievable. You don't see Hollywood making fun of all these other religions. You don't see them in the music videos that they're doing, kind of just, turning into something that goes against other people's religion, like Islam or, whatever. They don't do that. And so if you're on the fence of, hey, which God is real? Well, how about you focus on the God that the one that the world hates, and the one that everybody focuses on, and the one that everybody makes fun of and mocks. and has upside down crosses and stuff like that. Don't you find that very interesting? It makes so much sense once you start to see it. But I mean, you see that the message of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing. So people laugh, and they're going to laugh. They're going to keep on mocking. They're going to keep on scoffing. They're going to keep on doing this, but they're perishing. And that is heartbreaking to think about that. I mean, I want you to think about what happened when Noah was on the ark after the door was shut. When the door was shut, it was shut for 7 days before it rained. All the people outside were like, okay, that's weird. The door just kind of shut all by itself. That's kind of normal, right, guys? And they just like start nervous laughing. And then after 1 day goes by, nothing happens. 2 days go by, and they're like starting to feel a little bit better. 3 days, it's just like, okay. 4 days, we're back partying, guys. We're back at it. 5 days, woo! 6 days, I'm up on the table. 7 days, they start to feel the rain. And then, boom, the fountains of the deep open up. My point is, they were pounding on that door saying, let us in. Let us in. There's going to come a day where the realization of the foolishness of the cross is going to be a realization. It's going to be a realization for them. It's going to be too late for them when that time comes, if they perish without putting their faith in Jesus. But they're gonna accept it. Every knee is going to bow. It's just like it's going to happen. Every knee is going to bow. And so that's what, it's just interesting when you go back to Matthew chapter 2. When you go back to Matthew chapter 2, verse 8, you see the king of the Jews, Herod, at this time, the appointed king of the Jews. And then you have the wise men who are seeking him. And then it goes on to verse 9. Matthew chapter 2, verse 9, it says, when they heard the king, they departed. And behold, the star which they had seen in the east went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. Okay, now this is like one of those, I've kind of changed my perspective as I've been doing my own studies and stuff like that. And here's where I'm at on this. Now, there's people who see it differently, and that's completely fine. There's people who see everything that I'm saying differently, just so you know. But just so you understand, where I'm at, I am not a pastor. I did not graduate in any kind of fancy school, like Bible school. I don't have a fancy degree in theology or anything like that. I am just a student of the Bible. The challenge for you guys is to be like the Bereans. In Acts chapter 17, Paul says these were more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica. Why? Because they received the word with all readiness, but they searched the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. That is the challenge. Receive it, and then search the scriptures to find out whether these things were so. That's Acts chapter 17, verse 11, if you're interested. But the point here is that just imagine, Paul, that was Paul saying that. Paul went to these Bereans. Paul is like, hey, this is what it is. This is what it is. This is what it is. The Bereans were like, okay, I hear what you're saying, Paul, and I will get back with you in just 1 second after I search the scriptures myself. I hear you. Thank you for your input. I'm going to go ahead and dive in and see if that's what the word of God says. Just hold on a second. That is what we're supposed to be doing. And that is why the Bereans got a shout out, because they heard what Paul said. The apostle Paul, they heard what Paul said. And they're like, okay, thanks for your 2 cents, Paul. But you know what? The final word is what's going to be in the word of God. That is what we need to be doing. And so, test me. But here's what we're going to talk about here in Matthew chapter 2, verse 9. In Matthew chapter 2, verse 9, it says, the star which they had seen in the east went before them till it came and stood over where the young child was. Okay, so I changed my perspective on this. There's all kinds of videos out there. I used to think that it was like two planets that were like close enough to right there to where it was like a binary type situation where it looked like one from afar away. But when you got closer and closer to it, you could see that there was actually two. But when it was far away, it looked like it was one. But when you got close, it looked like it was two. That's what I used to think. And then I was like, well, wait a second. That doesn't really make that much sense because that's still so far away. How are they following that? And so then I was like, well, what if it's an actual star? Well, it says that it stood over where the young child was. Now, that seems like a very, very close type situation. But if it was a literal star, the entire atmosphere would be engulfed in flames, right? Like, because stars are hot. But here's what I'm going to propose to you, and this is kind of where I'm at right now. Who knows? It'll change in the future. But this seems to make the most sense after I've kind of dabbled in it. I believe that this star could be representation of what we've talked about many, many times before, of the Shekinah glory. And I think that that is very provocative. Mainly, here's why. Because it says, the star which they had seen in the east went before them till it came and stood over where the young child was. Now let's go to Ezekiel chapter 10, because we were here and we checked this out. Go to Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 18. Now, in Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 18, Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 18, you have this whole scene in Ezekiel chapter 10. You have the glory of God inside the temple. You have the glory of God inside the temple. And then what you see is the doorway, the doorpost, like here's the door frame, the threshold here. The Shekinah glory, the glory of God comes to the doorpost and stops. And then it's almost like he doesn't want to leave. And then he leaves, and then he goes here, he goes over here, and then he goes over here, and then he goes and stands on the Mount of Olives. And then after he's standing on the Mount of Olives, he then ascends into heaven, which we talked about that a lot the other night, because that is where Jesus ascended up into heaven. That's where the Shekinah glory stood on the Mount of Olives and then ascended up into heaven. The Mount of Olives, there's so many patterns. It's so awesome. But in Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 18, Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 18, it says this. So this is after the glory left the temple. It says, then the glory of the Lord departed from the threshold of the temple and stood over the cherubim. Now, I think that that is very, very interesting because it tells us specifically that it stood. It stood. So now this might not be too far of a stretch of the imagination, but I think it's very interesting to see that it's telling us it stood. Why didn't it just say it stopped? How come it didn't just say in Matthew chapter 2, until it came and stopped over where the young child was? It specifically says stood. It's interesting, very interesting. And so, again, what about the flames? Go to Acts chapter 2. Acts chapter 2. I think, pretty sure. You're going to have to search for this one. Acts chapter 2, verse 3. In Acts chapter 2, verse 3, it says this. In Acts chapter 2, verse 3, it says, then there appeared to them divided tongues as of fire, and one sat upon each of them. Now that's interesting. So you have this tongue, this flame of fire, right? That whole picture that you have there. And so is it too far of a stretch to believe or to consider or to ponder that this star that they saw was the Shekinah glory? Which is very interesting. If it happened there when the Shekinah glory left the threshold of the temple and started roaming around and went here, ended up on Mount Olivet, and then went up into heaven, is it so too far of a stretch to think that that's the same thing that's going on here? Because it says, so they didn't, so these magi, they didn't know where to go. They went to Jerusalem. And then in verse 9, it says, and when they heard the king, they departed, and behold, the star which they had seen in the east went before them. So the star wasn't moving until then. So they were following it until that point, it seems. I'm not saying that definitively. I'm just trying to paint a picture. I'm asking more questions than giving answers at this point because I think it's so interesting. But let's do some unpacking of these magi real fast. Let's go to Daniel chapter 4. Go to Daniel chapter 4. Daniel chapter 4, verse 9. In Daniel chapter 4, verse 9, we're going to talk about these magi. The magi, these magi. In Daniel chapter 4, verse 9, it says, Belteshazzar, which was Daniel, that was his Babylonian name. It says, Belteshazzar, chief of the magicians. That's the title that he has. Chief of the magicians. Chief of the magicians. Well, that's rather dubious. Hey, thank you, Angel. Belteshazzar, chief of the magicians, because I know that the Holy Spirit of Holy God is in you, and no secret troubles you. Explain to me the visions of my dream that I have seen and its interpretation. Now, you know that Daniel In Daniel chapter 1, you learn that Daniel is given this supernatural ability to interpret dreams and or for visions, dreams, and to give the interpretation of those things. It's fascinating. Um, yeah. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. In Daniel chapter 4, verse 9, you have chief of the magicians is what the title is. Now go to Daniel chapter 5, verse 11. Go to Daniel chapter 5, verse 11. Hello, Kay. Hello. Daniel chapter 5, verse 11. Now we're going to see the title, chief of magicians again. But in Daniel chapter 5, verse 11, it says this. This was the queen of, Daniel chapter 5, this is when Belshazzar is like partying and he's showing off in front of his friends, and the hand shows up and writes on the wall, and the king freaks out and he's like, oh, mom, what am I going to do? And the queen is like, hey, go get Daniel. And so that's the backstory. And so in Daniel chapter 5, verse 11, it says, there is a man in your kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy God. And in the days of your father, which was Nebuchadnezzar, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, were found in him. So the queen is basically pumping Daniel up. She's being like a fanboy right now, fangirl. But it says, and King Nebuchadnezzar, your father, the king, made him chief of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers. Okay, so we kind of touched on this throughout our studies before, but I think so this title here, chief of the magicians, in Hebrew is Rab Mag. And so these magi were a hereditary priesthood. So okay. So this magi was a hereditary priesthood. So in Daniel chapter 5, this is still during the Babylonian Empire. So this is still, in Daniel chapter 5, Babylon is still the king of the world. But at the end of Daniel chapter 5, you see that Babylon falls and the Medo-Persian Empire rises, because in Daniel chapter 5, verse 31, it says, and Darius the Mede received the kingdom, being about 62 years old. So the Medo-Persian Empire comes into play right there at the end of Daniel chapter 5. My point here is to get you to understand that the Magi, it was a hereditary type of position, meaning you inherited it. It's similar to the tribe of Levi. You can look at the priesthood of Levi and be like, oh, that makes sense, because that's what the Magi were like. In order to be a priest in Israel, you needed to be from the tribe of Levi. You couldn't be from a different tribe. You needed to be from Levi. That's how it was. Like, you had to be of Aaron's line, right? In order to be, so now to flip that around a little bit, and we're talking about these magi now, in order to be a magi, it was required for you to inherit it hereditarily. You needed to be born into it. Same thing, same concept with the Levitical priesthood and the Magi priesthood. It was a hereditary priesthood, and this hereditary priesthood had the power, as we talked about before, to appoint the king. And so if the king died, it was on the Magi to select the new king, which is very interesting. This was a religious position as well as an administrative position, and so that is where we get the word magistrate from. Magistrate, magi, magistrate. That is where it comes from. But these, like it says here in verse 11, it mentions astrologers. So these magi, just in context, Justin, or just scrolling, if just a little spoiler alert, these magi here were getting fed up because it says in Daniel chapter 5 verse 11, it says in Daniel chapter 5 verse 11, it says in the middle of verse 11, it says, and King Nebuchadnezzar, your father the king, made him chief of the magicians. That is a big deal. I want you to imagine that you were working your entire life and you're like, oh, I'm getting up there in like the totem pole, and like I'm kind of a big player right now, and like, oh, I'm one spot away from being the chief of the magicians, and then all of a sudden the king's like, hey, oh, Daniel, boop, and he puts you right inside, and you now this dude who is a Jew just becomes chief of you, and you're looking at him, you're like, what the heck? And so he didn't inherit that position, he was appointed that position. So you see that Daniel was given the position of the chief of the Magi. And so that really spirals into the rest of where we are here in Matthew chapter 2. You see in Matthew chapter 2 these wise men, these magi entering the scene, and it's really weird. It's really weird. Why is it really weird? Because it goes all the way back to Daniel. So here's a thought, and I'm not saying that this is how it is, but this seems to be like how it actually would make the most sense. Okay, so stay with me because I think this is kind of fun to talk about. So in the Magi, right? The Magi, they show up. They're in Jerusalem. They're looking for the King of the Jews. They're looking for this little baby. And that doesn't even make any sense because they were some weird people back in Daniel's time. They were not good people. But now let's go back and let's imagine that we're in Daniel's time. Daniel, everything you know about Daniel, if you're here for the study of Daniel, Daniel is awesome. There's not one thing written down bad about Daniel that he did. Like, we know he was sinful, obviously, but there's no details of him messing up ever, which is very interesting. So Daniel is awesome. And so he is inserted in the Babylonian Empire, and he is making all kinds of impressions among Nebuchadnezzar. And he's going through the ranks because of the supernatural ability that God allowed him to have. And so he rises to power. But then Babylon falls, but Daniel doesn't fall. There's just a new king. That's the Medo-Persian Empire. And so this Medo-Persian Empire, this new king shows up, Darius, who's in charge of actual Babylon, and Darius loves Daniel. So Daniel's in there, and that's why when they threw him into the lion's den, they were like, he was freaking out. Like, he was like, that's my buddy. He's like, I did not want to do that. I don't want Daniel to be thrown into the lion's den because I love Daniel, but I made a decree and I can't go back on it. And so, anyways, you see this going on. So Daniel is going through all of these empires. He's there in Babylon. He's there in the Medo-Persian Empire. And so I want you to just imagine being Daniel for a second with all of the things that you've seen. You saw all the visions. You were given the interpretations. You see an angel. You see another angel. You see all of these things. Daniel chapter 9. You see Daniel chapter 10. Like this whole interaction with that angel in the spiritual world right there. It's fascinating. Daniel has had quite a journey. So with all that in mind, I want you to imagine with all that, if you're Daniel, with everything that just happened, I want you to imagine that now you're the chief of the Magi. Now, if you are Daniel and you love the Lord more than anything, and you're willing to be thrown into a lion's den because of it, what do you think you're going to start doing in this den of wolves called the Magi that you're chief of? Because now they tried everything because they're like, hey, well, let's kill Daniel. And that's what they tried doing, but that didn't work out too well for them. And so after all those people got thrown into the lion's den themselves, nobody messed with Daniel after that point. I bet you, it doesn't say that, it's inferred, right? And so there's Daniel, chief of the Magi. He's chief of the Magi, and now he's having conversations with people because people are looking up at him and they're like, my goodness, there's seriously something special about this guy. So here's what I am proposing, and I don't know if it's true or not, but it makes sense. Daniel, in charge of the Magi, way over here, led a group of people and were counseling them and showing them about how he was able to do what he was able to do and point all of these Magi in a specific group. It was like imagine like their own like little Bible study of sorts. And Daniel is building them up and telling them all about Jesus and telling them all about the scriptures. And that spirals all throughout time, all the way to where we are here in Matthew chapter 2, to when the Magi travel all the way from the Parthian Empire. I need you to understand the significance. These Magi from all the way from the east literally walk. Takes them months to get to where they are in Jerusalem, which was enemy territory. That's enemy territory. They walked into a lion's den searching for the King of the Jews, who was born King of the Jews. Do you see how amazing that is? That is unbelievable. Anyways, let's go back to Matthew chapter 2. In Matthew chapter 2, it says in verse 9, Matthew chapter 2, verse 9, it says, when they heard the king, they departed, and behold, The star which they had seen in the east went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceedingly great joy. And when they had come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary, his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented gifts to him: gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Okay, so here in verse 11, you get some information, I suppose. Oh, hello, Dolores. How many Bible studies until you finally get it? Man, I'm never gonna get it. I'm just gonna keep on diving into it. It's called Daily Bread. We're supposed to keep on diving into it and learn and learn and learn, and it's so much fun. Hopefully you can hang out a little bit, but thanks for being here. In Matthew chapter 2, verse 11, it says, "And when they had come into the house," the house. I think that's very interesting, because we picture like in a little stable with a manger and whatnot, which all that to say is that there is clearly some time had passed, because now he is in a house. He's in a house here. He's not in a manger. He is in a house, which is, so, there's who knows how much time passed since he was born. But here, when they finally found Jesus, he was in a house. It says they saw the young child with Mary, his mother, and fell down and worshiped him. And okay, so this is unbelievable. Okay, so it says, and they fell down and worshipped him. So we're going to stop right there, because this verse is really cool. But it says, and they fell down and worshipped him. But this shows you this is like these wise men, they had unbelievable faith. I think it's so neat to just really zoom in on these wise men because of their faith. And Daniel taught them. So these magi, you can view them as being like us. They never saw any miracles by Jesus. We haven't either. We never saw Jesus feeding the 5,000. We never saw Jesus walking on water. But these magi, these grown men, traveled. They sweat. They got uncomfortable. They went like 1,500 miles trying to find Jesus. Do you see the amount of faith that is involved in that? Not only that, but they walked into enemy territory searching for him. Now, I want you just to contrast that. There were people who were there, because we just learned in verse 6 that the scribes and the priests were able to find out where he was going to be born. So they knew. But we're not told of anybody from Herod's team that sought Jesus out. But what we are told is that the wise men from way over here sought him out. This is unbelievable faith. Their faith here is it's almost unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This is one of those faiths that doesn't really get enough light, I think, because this faith is unbelievable. They were looking at an infant who was helpless. They were looking at an infant who couldn't take care of himself. He was very weak and very small. He was, this screams of amazing faith, and I love it. But going back to verse 11, it says, and when they fell down, and when they had opened their treasures, they presented gifts to him: gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Now, these three gifts, gold, frankincense, and myrrh, represent things. We've talked about this before, but gold represents his kingship. That seems to make the most sense, right? Frankincense represents his priesthood, because frankincense, that's what they would do, is involved in certain priestly duties. And then myrrh represents the prophet of him, his title, his role. So he's a prophet, he's a priest, he's a king. Here, the gold represents his kingship. The frankincense represent his priesthood, and the myrrh represents his prophet role. How does myrrh represent prophet? Because myrrh is associated with death. Now, what's really interesting, because this was prophesying about his future death. What's interesting about myrrh is to learn about how myrrh is obtained. myrrh, you go up to a myrrh tree, and if this is the tree, if my pencil, this pen right here is the tree, what I would do if I wanted to collect myrrh, I would go up to it and I would start cutting it. Just little slices. Slice, 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 slice. I would go from the top all the way down and cut slices into the tree. Not like deep slices, but, you know, like enough to make marks on this tree. And so what would happen about this tree is that this tree is now all in stripes because of the slices that I just put into it. And so what the tree would do is it would produce this resin, and this resin would go out of the tree, and it would start to heal the tree. It would be like a scab, kind of like on our body, you know, like when you skin your knee, like this stuff comes out of your body and it heals your body. That's what this tree does, because it releases this resin, and that resin basically is putting a scab on the outside of it. And so you see all of these stripes on this tree, and that is how you get the myrrh, and that's how you obtain it. And so if you are visualizing, what I hope you are visualizing is, if you're thinking about these stripes on this tree, then you're probably thinking of Isaiah chapter 53. And go to Isaiah chapter 53 verse 4. In Isaiah chapter 53, verse 4 and 5, Isaiah chapter 53, verse 4 and 5, it says this. Isaiah 53, verse 4, it says, "Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, yet we esteem him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement for our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed." You see, it's so interesting to think about this thing with this myrrh. This myrrh has so many, like, it's just relatable to so many things. But these three gifts by the Magi express their faith in his deity, that's what the gold represents. It represented their adoration of his sinless life, because the frankincense is this perfume. It is a sweet-smelling aroma. How did they get a sweet-smelling aroma? By having the sacrifice, the lamb, the perfect lamb. Jesus was the perfect Lamb of God. So this burnt offering would be a sweet-smelling aroma to God's nose. It's really interesting to think about that. Like, you'd ever walk into a house or even in your neighborhood and you smell somebody grilling, and you smell it and you're like, oh yeah, like, let's get some steak. And you just can smell it, and it's just like, oh man, I'm so hungry right now. Like, that's a sweet smelling aroma. So this frankincense was a sweet smelling aroma, represents his priesthood, because it's connecting to the priestly duty. And that was connecting him to being the perfect lamb, which was this perfect sacrificial lamb. And so that was the sweet smelling aroma. And then they had the myrrh as one of their gifts, and the myrrh anticipated his death. What is fascinating about the myrrh anticipating his death is that this is what the Magi understood. I need you to understand that the Magi this is a prophetic gift. This is not on accident. Remember, there is nothing here on accident. Everything we are reading is on purpose. When the Magi showed up and they believed that he was God, because they gave him the gold. That gold represents the deity, the kingship. They believed that. They wouldn't travel 1,500 miles to see some infant. No, they wouldn't do that. But they did for this one. Why? Because they believed he was the Son of God. Number two, they gave him frankincense, because that was prophecy of his role as a priest. A role as a priest. Number three, they understood that he was going to die. That is crazy. These guys, these Magi, these non-Jewish people went all the way over here, came to Jerusalem, found this baby, and they gave him three things that was prophesying ripples way out into the future, saying this child is going to be a king, this child is going to be a priest, this child is going to be a prophet. And they represented that. They demonstrated their knowledge by presenting him with these gifts. It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable to see their knowledge in just this little bit of a gesture. They are showing us so many things, and it's just they're showing us their understanding. Now, this is just unbelievable. But okay, so let's go to Luke real fast. I don't know exactly where it is, but go to Luke somewhere. Go to Luke chapter 2, verse 12. Now this one is gonna this one's fun. This one's fun. Go to Luke chapter 2. Go to Luke chapter 2, verse 12. Okay, well, actually, let's read Luke chapter 2, verse 8, and we'll read it to verse 13. Luke chapter 2, verse 8 and 13, just so you can understand. In Luke chapter 2, verse 8, it says, "Now there were in the same country shepherds living out in the fields, keeping watch over their flock by night." Now, if anybody is in here is a shepherd, you understand that this is clearly not talking about during winter time, because they don't do this during the winter time. So this whole December thing, December 25th, or don't even get me started on it. In Luke chapter 2, verse 8, it says, "Now there were in the same country shepherds living out in the fields, keeping watch over their flock by night. And behold, an angel of the Lord stood before them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were greatly afraid. Then the angel said to them, 'Do not be afraid, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which will be to all people. For there is born to you this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. And this will be a sign to you. You will find a babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger.'" That verse right there is unbelievable. The prophetic implications that are in that one verse: you will find a babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. Okay, so this is fun. So let's talk about this. So that's the scene. You have these shepherds. They go and they find this babe, and he's actually in a manger. So these are two very different events here that we're talking about here in Matthew 2 and Luke chapter 2. The Luke 2 was talking about the shepherds. Here in Matthew 2, it's talking about the Magi. Two different scenes. One's in a house, one is in a manger. And so it's really interesting to see this situation. So the angel tells the shepherds, first off, make the connection here. Make the connection. The only two people, the two groups of people who find Jesus to worship him were strangers. They were people who came from a different land, Magi. They came from a different land, 1,000 to 1,500 miles away. The other group of people that showed up were just the bottom of the barrel type people, the shepherds, like the weird guys out in the field that just have that weird eyebrow hair that just gets really curly and long, like that. But you understand what I'm saying? These shepherds were they were out there, right? So you have these two unlikely groups of people converging, and you see what finds the common ground among these people is their faith in Jesus. And I love that. You have these high officials, these magi that show up, and they have armed guards, and they show up and they're making a ruckus in Jerusalem, and everybody's all troubled. And then you have these lowly shepherds who nobody would even care if they walked past them. And they all approach Jesus, they all worship Jesus, and they are all born again, saved by worshiping Jesus. That is awesome. Doesn't matter how much money you got. It doesn't matter what kind of degree you have. It is cool to see. But anyways, going back to this picture where Jesus is wrapped in swaddling clothes and in a manger. Now, what's fascinating with that picture is that the manger, the word manger, if you click on it in Greek, the word manger, it means to eat. It's like a bin for food for animals, but it means to eat. Fascinating. That is fascinating. And we're going to talk about why that is fascinating, but I need you to remember that the manger means to eat. So it was natural. So I want you to visualize this from a shepherd's point of view. They show up. They know all about animals. They know how to feed them. They know what a manger is. Yeah, Henry, mange. They show up, and it means to eat. And they see a child in a trough where animals eat out of. Now, why is that interesting? Let's go to John chapter 6, verse 30. John chapter 6, verse 30. John chapter 6, verse 30. So in John chapter 6, verse 30, we're going to talk about some stuff. John chapter 6, verse 30, we're going to read to verse 59. Yes. John chapter 6, verse 30, we're going to read all the way to verse 59. In John chapter 6, verse 30, it says this: Therefore they said to him, What sign will you perform then, that we may see it and believe you? What work will you do? So they're testing Jesus. They're like, prove yourself. And then Jesus, it says, our fathers, in verse 31, it says, our fathers ate the manna in the desert. As it is written, he gave them bread from heaven to eat. Then Jesus said to them, Most assuredly I say to you, Moses did not give you the bread from heaven, but my Father gives you the true bread from heaven. For the bread of God is he who comes down from heaven and gives life to the world. Then they said to him, Lord, give us this bread always. And Jesus said to them, I am the bread of life. He who comes to me shall never hunger, and he who believes in me shall never thirst. But I said to you that you have seen me and yet do not believe. All that the Father gives me will come to me, and the one who comes to me I will by no means cast out. For I have come down from heaven not to do my own will, but the will of him who sent me. This is the will of the Father who sent me, that of all he has given me, I should lose nothing. There's a great eternal security verse, by the way. I should lose nothing, but should raise it up the last day. And this is the will of him who sent me, that everyone who sees the Son and believes in him may have everlasting life, and I will raise him up the last day. The Jews then complained about him, because he said, I am the bread which came down from heaven. And they said, Is not this Jesus, the son of Joseph, whose father and mother we know? How is it then that he says, I have come down from heaven? Jesus therefore answered and said to them, Do not murmur among yourselves. No one can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws him, and I will raise him up at the last day. It is written in the prophets, and they shall all be taught by God. Therefore, everyone who has heard and learned from the Father comes to me. Not that anyone has seen the Father, except he who is from God. He has seen the Father. Most assuredly I say to you, he who believes in me has everlasting life. I am the bread of life. Your fathers ate the manna in the wilderness and are dead. This is the bread which comes down from heaven, that one may eat of it and not die. I am the living bread which came down from heaven. If anyone eats of this bread, he will live forever. And the bread that I shall give is my flesh, which I shall give for the life of the world. The Jews therefore quarreled among themselves, saying, How can this man give us his flesh to eat? Then Jesus said to them, Most assuredly I say to you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. For my flesh is food indeed, and my blood is drink indeed. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood abides in me, and I in him. As the living Father sent me, and I live because of the Father, so he who feeds on me will live because of me. This is the bread which came down from heaven, not as your fathers ate the manna and are dead. He who eats this bread will live forever. These things he said in the synagogue as he taught in Capernaum. Now, if he was teaching, then obviously he would be in a sitting position there. But my point here is to get you to understand that Jesus in John chapter 6 is saying that it says, he who eats my flesh and drinks my blood abides in me. So he's referring to his flesh as being food. So with that in mind, let's go to Proverbs chapter 30. Proverbs chapter 30, verse 1. Now, we talked about this when we went through the Gospel of John, but we're going to talk about it again, just in case you missed it. Proverbs chapter 30, verse 1. Because there's this weird passage in Proverbs 30, verse 1, where there's a whole bunch of names in Proverbs 30, verse 1. That doesn't make any sense. And you're just like looking at it, and you're like, what is going on here? But in Proverbs chapter 30, verse 1, we're going to go full circle here. In Proverbs 30, verse 1, it says, The words of Agur, the son of Jakeh, his utterance, this man declared to Ithiel and Ucal. So there's a whole bunch of names right there. And again, as you know, the names mean things in the Bible. That's a lot of names. That's right, production. That's a lot of names. But this translation, if you take the names of each one of those, what this verse would actually say is this: the words gathered of the wise son of the pious father, the prophecy of the mighty oracle, that God arrives to be consumed. This is all the way back in Proverbs 30, verse 1. The thing that hone in on there is that God arrives to be consumed. That is mind-blowing. So when you go back to Matthew chapter 2, and I guess it would be Luke chapter 2. Luke chapter 2, you see this picture of Jesus in a manger. And then you see, which is manger means to eat. He is literally there to be consumed. You go back and you read John chapter 6, where Jesus is all grown up and he's talking to these people, and he's like, unless you got to eat my flesh, you got to drink my blood. He's talking about this whole crucifixion process that was going on, that what he would be doing. It's emblematic of the Last Supper. You know, he breaks the bread. He's like, this is my body, this is my blood. He's like, this I do, like, it's in remembrance of me, right? This whole picture, it's this whole picture that's going on. So Jesus is born in a manger, which means to eat. He talks about his body as being bread. He talks about his blood being, about drinking his blood. And then when you go to Proverbs chapter 30, verse 1, it talks about he arrives to be consumed. You see this whole full circle thing going on. And it's unbelievable, because many people back during that time, many people believe, and like, this is just a conjecture here, but the mangers back then were made of stone. The mangers back then were made of stone. Why is that interesting? It's interesting because of the implications that a stone has. Now, if you were here for any of these studies, you probably already know some of the things that I'm going to say, but the stone is very important. The stone is idiomatic of Jesus Christ. It's talked about in Genesis, or it's talked about in Exodus, where Moses was supposed to strike the rock, and then he was supposed to speak to the rock. And then it talks about in Psalms, the chief cornerstone, which is echoed throughout the Gospels. And then Peter talks about it as well, and Paul talks about it as well, as this stone of offense, this rock of offense. You see this time and time again, even in Daniel, this stone that strikes the image, the stone, the stone, the stone. So let's assume, just for fun, because I do actually believe this, let's say that this stone, this manger was made of stone. What does this even mean? What's the connection here? Well, if this manger was made of stone, then imagine, if you imagine the shepherd's perspective when they saw Jesus in this feeding bin to be consumed, Jesus was born in a stone. Jesus was buried in stone, in a stone, in a tomb, right? It was hewn out of a rock. You see, like, it's just, I mean, it's just like right there, like he's there in a manger. You see him in a manger, assuming that is stone, which I do believe. He's there in a stone, born in a stone. He is buried in a stone. Stone, 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 stone. Patterns, 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 patterns. This is a very Jewishy book. If you understand, again, how Jewish people pay attention to patterns, they should know this. This is very clear. This is a very Jewishy thing. But they are blind. Why? Because they missed the time of their visitation. Very cool, right, Gina? Awesome stuff. But anyways, that I just love that. I just love that. I think it's very neat. But so you have going back to Matthew chapter 2, verse 11. Matthew chapter 2, verse 11, you have the gold, the frankincense, and myrrh. And you have this whole picture, the whole thing, that everything that you have to do to get the myrrh, like the cutting, you have to cut it. The cutting, the cut, the cut, the cut to get the myrrh, which represents death. Myrrh was embalming type of material that they used back then. So the lessons to learn about this magi, what are some of the lessons about these magi? The magi, like, what do we learn from the magi? Well, I mean, you can learn all kinds of things about the magi, but what is something that we can take away? I think something that is very important to take away from this is to come to him. Come to him. They came to him. They went 1,500 miles. There were people inside the city who didn't even show up to him. They knew he was there. I mean, the scribes, the priests, they looked up Micah 5:2. They're like, oh, hey, he's supposed to be born in Bethlehem. That's just right down the road, like 5 miles away. They didn't go to him. But the people did. The Magi did. They sought him. They sought him out. And, I think it was Granny, or Grammy. I think Grammy said, wise men still see Christ. Yeah, absolutely, Grammy K. Wise men still seek him. So we are supposed to come to him. And again, ask to be used. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, these people, like, just think about this. Think about the ripple effect that these wise men had when they went back home. I mean, think about that way. Can you think about that ride home? Think about that. Like, when you get all lit up, you're just like, dude, and you're just like high-fiving and chest bumping, and you're like riding on a donkey, and you're like on a camel, and you're like, yeah, I'm on a camel. And you're going all the way back to your Parthian Empire, and you're like, we're going to totally fight in this battle. I don't freaking care. I saw Jesus. I saw Jesus. I saw Jesus, the Son of God. Are you kidding me? That is unbelievable. Ask God to use you. Ask him. He wants to. Ask him. Ask him. Present yourself to him. They showed up with gold, frankincense, and myrrh. What do you do? What do you do? What do I do? What are we doing for the Lord? What an unbelievable prophecy that was hidden in verse 11, that they were talking about, that they understood everything about Jesus, his kingship, his priesthood, his prophet, role as a prophet, all there, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. It's unbelievable. Again, these people had the knowledge of Jesus being a king and a priest. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to be a king and priest. As you guys who have been here before understand that there was no such thing as a king and a priest. There's a whole bunch of kings, there's a whole bunch of priests, but there is nobody who is a king and a priest except for 3 people. These Magi understood. They understood. That is unbelievable to me. So the 3 people, just in case you're wondering, who are kings and priests, is a guy named Melchizedek. Melchizedek was a king and a priest. You learn about him. Father Abraham gave tithes to Melchizedek because Melchizedek was over Abraham. Melchizedek, Abraham. Melchizedek, Abraham. So Abraham was a subordinate to Melchizedek. Weird thought, but he is a king and priest. Jesus Christ was a king and a priest. You and I, if you are born again right now, Peter in 1 Peter 2:9 tells us that we are a royal priesthood, which is a royal, what do you think of royal? Royalty, or kings, and priesthood, what do you think of priesthood? Priest. Kings and priests. You are a royal priesthood. That was offered to Israel, but they dropped the ball. It was supposed to be them. They were supposed to be a whole nation of priests, but they messed up. They messed up. And so they dropped it. They dropped the ball. We picked it up and we're running with it. And we're like, I need a Diet Coke. And so it's just like all these things. And so it's so cool to see this whole picture coming together. And so they see it. They see it right when he was born. They're like, this is the one. He is a king. He is a priest. And he is a prophet. What? That doesn't make any sense. It is so cool to see this kind of stuff. Anyways, Jocko. Yeah. All right. Now let's go to Matthew chapter 2, verse 13. We are moving. We are bebopping along. Matthew chapter 2, verse 13. It says, we didn't finish verse 12. Matthew chapter 2, verse 12. In Matthew chapter 2, verse 12, it says, then, being divinely warned in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed for their own country another way. Now, okay, so that's very interesting. This is interesting. Why? Because these Magi were operating in this field of dreams and interpretations. Because if you go all the way back to Daniel chapter 2, that is what Daniel was in charge of. He was in charge of these people. This was a whole thing. Like, it's weird for you and I to think about this, but Daniel was in charge of this. And he was the guy who could interpret every dream and every vision. That was Daniel's job. That's weird, right? That's weird for our time here. Yeah, but that was how it was back then. These people were used to it. And so I think it's very cool to see verse 12. It says, then being divinely warned in a dream. See, God was talking to them in a way that they were comfortable in being talked to. I think that's so cool. I just think it's so neat. Like they were just there. They were used to having these dreams. They were used to being able to see like whatever. I don't know. It's a whole bunch of supernatural stuff that I'm never even going to understand. But it is interesting, and I like how it was very familiar to them. It's almost like God was giving them a nod, like you did good. You did good. You know, like when your dad, you're like 5 years old and you get up and you're like, I'm going to hit the ball. And then you swing and you miss and the ball like drops off just because the wind blows it off. And you look around and you're like, Dad? And your dad's just like, it's kind of like him giving the nod. It's very cool to see that kind of thing. Let's go to verse 13. Matthew chapter 2, verse 13. In Matthew chapter 2, verse 13, it says, now when they had departed, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, arise, take the young child and his mother, flee to Egypt, and stay there until I bring you word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. Ooh. So that is what it says in Matthew chapter 2, verse 13. So Joseph, again, no words, Mr. Silent over here, but Joseph was told to flee to Egypt. Very interesting. So let's go to Luke chapter 2. Let's go back to Luke chapter 2. Luke chapter 2. Yeah, Pinhead Terry. Absolutely. Go to Luke chapter 2. Have a good night. Luke chapter 2. Yeah, Lisa, that is talking about that God is unrepentant towards his covenants that he made towards Israel in context there in Romans. But I know what you're talking about. And let's go to Luke chapter 2. Go to Luke chapter 2, verse 1. We're going to read Luke chapter 2, verse 1 through 7. In Luke chapter 2, verse 1, have a good night, Sally. Thanks for being here. In Luke chapter 2, verse 1, it says, and it came to pass in those days that a decree went out from Caesar Augustus, that all the world should be registered. This census first took place while Quirinius was governing Syria. So all went to be registered, every one to his own city. Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth, into Judea, to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be registered with Mary, his betrothed wife, who was with child. Okay, so this is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, so that is what they ended up doing. First off, if any of you have ever been pregnant, and if any of you guys in here have had a pregnant wife, this is the last thing that you would ever want to do. It's so cool. I mean, it's so crazy. Sorry for them, but it's so cool to read about looking back on and be like, man, that had to have sucked. Like these people, like Mary, think about that. Like she's pretty far along. She's about to pop. And Joseph is just like, man, I don't have enough Snickers to make it. We are trying to get there. We're trying to go to Bethlehem, and she's hungry. I'm hungry. It's hot. She's all mad. You see this kind of stuff, and it's just like, man, you would never want to take your very pregnant wife on a road trip, especially this kind of road trip during this time. You would not want to do it, but they did it, and it's fascinating. Why is it fascinating? It's because he was supposed to be born in Bethlehem. They were in Nazareth, and they go to Bethlehem because there was a census. So God literally is like up there, like pulling strings, and he's like, hey, in order for this prophecy to come true, this is going to have to happen, because when this happens, it's going to cause this person over here to do this, and then this person's going to send out a decree, and that decree is going to go out, and this person's going to tell everybody in the area to go back to their homeland, and then all those people are going to hear it, and then Joseph is going to hear it, and then he's going to have to go all the way back to Bethlehem because it's required by law to do so. And so sure enough, Joseph and Mary go all the way back to Bethlehem, and then Jesus was born. He was born fulfilling Micah chapter 5 verse 2, Bethlehem Ephrathah. Now it's interesting, it tells you in Micah 5:2. Why does it say Bethlehem Ephrathah? It's because there's multiple Bethlehems. It's just like you're narrowing down, like you're taking away the possibility of somebody saying, oh, Well, maybe it was this Bethlehem. How do we know he's at the right Bethlehem? So it's so cool to see in Luke chapter 2, verse 1 through 7, this decree. A decree. It's a literal by law. You're going back, Joseph. And so when that happened, they're like, oh man, here we go. And here the baby's coming. Wait, we're not in Bethlehem yet. And then right when they get to Bethlehem, pop, like there comes Jesus. It's so cool. Fulfilling the prophecy that was in Micah chapter 5, verse 2. I'm just like, man, it's super neat. Anyways, so in going back to Matthew chapter 2, verse 13, an angel, this is an angel of the Lord. Now there's a difference between the angel of the Lord and an angel of the Lord. The angel of the Lord is Jesus Christ. This is not Jesus Christ, because Jesus is right there. He's the child. He's right here. He's actually physically there. So this is just an angel, like a regular angel. So he says, arise, take the young child and his mother, flee to Egypt. Okay, so here's what they ended up doing. They began in Nazareth, which is, he's a Nazarene. They began in Nazareth. The decree goes out. They go all the way down to Jerusalem, and then they end up in Bethlehem, which is where Jesus was born. But then he is told to go to Egypt. And so from Bethlehem all the way down to Egypt, now they're in like no man's land. They're like, what are we doing down here in Egypt? This is in Africa. Like, what are we doing over here? So they're all the way over here in Egypt. And then eventually they're going to go back to Nazareth, which is what we're going to see here in a little bit. So they're like bing, 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 bing. And then it's like a full circle. It's like a full triangle of sorts. But that is a little visual for you, so you're welcome. Now let's go back to Matthew chapter 2, verse 14. In Matthew chapter 2, verse 14, it says, when he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed for Egypt, and was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, saying, out of Egypt I called my son. Now, what he's saying here is in Hosea chapter 11, verse 1. Yeah, you're welcome. Go to Hosea chapter 11, verse 1. Which is, now this is a very, very important thing to really see here, just in case you guys are trying to figure it out for yourself. Hosea chapter 11, verse 1. This is a very instructive kind of verse for you and I. Because in Hosea chapter 11, verse 1, it says this. Hosea chapter 11, verse 1. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him. And out of Egypt, I called my son. So this is a messianic prophecy. But what's interesting about this is that if you read Hosea in context, you understand here in Hosea, it is actually referring to Israel as the nation of Israel. Like right when Israel was born. Like this is talking about the people of Israel. That is what this is talking about in Hosea chapter 11, verse 1. But in Matthew chapter 2, verse 15, Matthew uses that verse and puts it and applies it in a messianic prophecy. So what that means, the question is it referring to Israel as the people, or is it referring to Jesus? Which one? The answer is both, which is really cool. And so that's what makes the book of Isaiah so difficult, because in the book of Isaiah, you see so many double references time and time again. It's just like, hey, here's what this is. It's talking about during that time, but also it has a lot of future implications as well. This applied during Isaiah's time, but also it's going to happen in the millennium. This is going to happen during Isaiah's time, but also this is going to happen in the future. It happened then, it happened now. Sometimes it's then, sometimes it's just then, sometimes it's both then and now. And it's just like one of those times. It's just like, this is amazing. These words written down in this book, these 66 books, are unbelievable. I mean, you can't do this. You can't do this. It is unreal. These things are so neat. You can't make this up. You literally can't. With all the computer power in the world, with all these supercomputers that we have, you can't make this up. Matthew chapter 2, verse 16. In Matthew chapter 2, verse 16, moving on, in Matthew chapter 2, verse 16, it says, Then Herod, when he saw that he was deceived by the wise men, was exceedingly angry, and he sent forth and put to death all the male children who were in Bethlehem and in all its districts, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had determined from the wise men. So he said, according to the time. So if you go back to Matthew chapter 2, verse 7, in Matthew chapter 2, verse 7, it says, then Herod, when he had secretly called the wise men, determined from them what time the star had appeared. You see, his heart was completely not in this. He wanted, this was a complete threat to him. And so this was his action. But you see, this slaughter, it's heartbreaking to see this kind of stuff. But this is, I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine every male under 2 years old? So that's crazy. So you see, obviously, going back to verse 11, when they found him in the house, like he was clearly there. He was not in the manger. He wasn't just like this little, like fresh out of the womb type of baby. There's clearly some time that had passed. So he was gauged to be around 2 years old. But let's go to verse 17. In verse 17, it says, then was fulfilled what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet, saying, a voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation, weeping, and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, refusing to be comforted because they are no more. This was, he's quoting Jeremiah 31, verse 15. Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 15. If you're interested, Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 15. Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 15. In Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 15, it says, thus says the Lord, a voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping, Rachel weeping for her children, refusing to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Oh man. This is like one of those times where it's really good to remember. Paul says it, and it's mentioned many other places, but vengeance is mine, I will repay. I mean, like when we see this kind of stuff, we're like, man, if there is a God, like how could he allow this type of stuff to happen? Well, it's important to remember that they're not getting away with it. Like you and I, from our perspective, you need to understand your perspective doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. God, his perspective matters. He is tracking. He is following along. He is watching. He is keeping score. He's keeping track. He's understanding. He's tallying up what's going on. And that's what Isaiah chapter 63 is all about. That's when Isaiah's like, who is this who comes from Edom, from Basra, who have his garments stained and his garments are red. And then Jesus is like, it's I who speaks in righteousness, mighty to save. Oh. Matthew chapter 2, verse 19. In Matthew chapter 2, verse 19, it says, now when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, arise, take the young child and his mother, and go to the land of Israel, for those who sought the young child's life are dead. Then he arose, took the young child and his mother, and came into the land of Israel. But when he heard that Archelaus was reigning over Judea instead of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. And being warned by God in a dream, he turned aside into the region of Galilee. And he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophets, he shall be called a Nazarene. This whole word Nazarene, if you guys go to Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1, Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1, this whole word Nazarene is kind of like a play on words, because in Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1, it says, there shall come forth a rod from the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. Now, here in Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1, the word branch in Hebrew is the word netzer. Netzer. And now, netzer seems to be symbolic for a Nazarene, which is what we just read in Matthew 2, verse 23. So, netzer is branch, It's goes hand in hand with a Nazarene. And so I think it's very interesting how those two things go hand in hand. Like it's you just see so many connections. Like it's just like so much fun learning these things. But anyways, that is Matthew chapter 1 and Matthew chapter 2. A lot of backstory. Matthew chapter 1 gave me an actual headache. But man, I had a fun time diving into it regardless. I never want you to think that I am complaining when I am researching this kind of stuff, even though I say it takes me like 8 hours. It takes me so long. And so I just want you to know, I'm never going to do that. I just love learning. I just want you guys to know that it's a process. The reason why I tell you this is because I want you to know the background, because this is not just naturally happening. Like, it takes a lot of time. Like, people, I don't want you to ever think, oh, Ryan, he's so smart and wise and handsome. I know, and I know. I stop it. No, my point here is to get you to understand that this is work. It is difficult. You got to dig. It's just like, I'm like in the trenches, just like, and it's just, so that's what we, yeah, so handsome. But you get what I'm saying here. I'm telling you that just to show you what it's supposed to, like, what it looks like. What does it look like? And so I know you guys are learning how to think, which is awesome, because you guys are connecting your own dots, and it's just like, And so that is what that's the idea. I'm learning so much, guys. I'm pumped up. You know what's kind of cool is that it's funny because we started here in 13 days. In 13 days will be a year since we started, because the first video that I uploaded to YouTube was on September 6th. So maybe less than 13 days. Maybe in 10 days it'll be a year that we've been doing this. And so all of these studies are up on YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here if you guys are interested in to doing like a verse by verse Bible study. There's a YouTube link in my TikTok profile if you want to go subscribe over there. I would appreciate it. It'd be a huge encouragement to me, because I don't have any other social medias except for TikTok and YouTube. But I think it's so fun because I'm reflecting on myself. And so just so you guys know, like, where I'm at, I want you guys to know I am growing. And I think it's really cool. And I know there's people in here who are growing, but using me as a model, let's just use me as a model. Because when we first began, I was here, like, spiritually speaking. But then when I started to like dive in and learn and connect dots, light bulb, I am growing. I am spiritually maturing, and it is so cool. And my prayer life has gotten so much better. And I'm just like, man, I am learning how to think myself, and I'm just really enjoying that. And so where we were a year ago to where we are now, that change, just using me as a type, if you will, from here to here, it's really quite something. And so that is the walk. That's the spiritual walk. There are people who have been here their entire life. And, you know, we're all going to have to stand before the Lord and give an account for everything that we've done. And then there's people who are here their entire life and then go way down. And then they hit rock bottom. And then they skyrocket. And they're like, you know what? Now I'm way up here spiritually. Sometimes you have to hit the rock bottom to go and excel. And so it's really cool to see this kind of stuff. Me too. Awesome, Michelle. That is awesome. And so it's not about where you were or who you once were. Because if you're born again, then you're a child of God. And it's so neat to think about that kind of thing, because you're a new creation. I mean, think about that. What does that look like? And so if you're a new creation by being born again, then awesome. But my question is, what are you doing with it? What are you doing with it? And so I know that you guys are doing stuff. I know some of you guys are, because, you know, you guys tell me, which is I love hearing. And I never want you to think that you're striking out either. If you try to tell somebody about Jesus and they just don't want to hear, that's okay, because you're still doing what you're supposed to be doing. If you think about all those intersections, if you like imagine like a map, and like it's like a GPS, like a little red line just going bing, 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 and it's tracking your position, just like how the government's doing. But it's like if you imagine that, all the times we've crossed paths with other people, it's like there was a chance that I could have done it. There's the chance I could have told them about Jesus. All these things, And that many times we've had all those opportunities, and it's just still nonstop. It's just we're still alive. We're still having all these opportunities, and it's just nonstop. And I really truly think that it's going to be like, man, it's going to be like one of those, you know, really sobering moments when we actually truly realize the ability, like what we could have done. You know, what's really fun is that we're connecting so many dots, and so am I. Like, I am learning so much, but what's important to understand is that this has been in here all along. It's always been here. It's in here, and we're just in here, and we're searching the scriptures, we're learning, we're growing together, we're sharpening. Iron sharpens iron. We are equipping the saints, which is super cool. Awesome visual right there. I love that. And it is just so much fun. It is so much fun. And here we are in the book of Matthew, and we're learning about Jesus. And man, what a beautiful name. What a beautiful name it is. Yeshua. Jehovah is salvation. Okay, well, that is what I got for you guys. That is all I got. And like I said, I will upload all of these studies, the book of Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, all those other studies are up. If you're looking for an actual, like a verse by verse kind of study, like the one that you just were part of, all of the ones up on YouTube are just like it. I apologize because most of them are like 4 to 5 hours long, which is just ridiculous. I don't know why that is, but you know what? There's a lot to talk about, and it's fun. It's a lot of fun to connect dots. Every time we go live, I always try to give a recap about the things that we've always talked about in the past. So next time we go live, if we do Matthew chapter 3 and Matthew chapter 4, I will do a recap of Matthew chapter 1 and chapter 2. And then when we're done with chapter 3 and chapter 4, I will do a recap of Matthew 1, 2, 3, and 4. And boy, repetition ingrains it in your brain. Yeah, absolutely, Three-Wave. Hey, thank you for the coffee, by the way. I saw the email. I just didn't respond to it yet. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, absolutely, Sandy, for sure. Yeah, that is my YouTube. If you just want to type it into YouTube, it's _sheesh. It's ITZ, just because, you know, just to be a little cool, because I'm super cool. Christine, absolutely. Hey, thank you. I had fun with this. I hope you guys enjoyed it. So much fun learning the history, man. The history, and just getting a little feel for what it was like is really important. I hope you guys are understanding and appreciating the background, because I know Amber, I don't know if she's here anymore, but she's like, I see how important it is to actually understand the background before I just dive into a book. She's like, I was reading Peter the other day, and I was like, I don't want to read Peter, I want to study Peter. And so I was like, that is super cool, because now she's thinking and connecting dots. All things lead to Jesus. That's right, Justin. Yeah, Gian, absolutely. Thank you guys for being here. Studying Matthew during this time was so... Oh. I can't remember it. Studying Matthew during this time was so interesting. Awesome, Grammy. Lots of blessings and rewards, staying lukewarm. Yeah. Don't want to, I'll see. Hey, thank you, Dina. Thank you so much. So much fun. I am glad you guys enjoyed it, because I did too. I was excited to talk about it. Thank you guys for letting me talk to you about it. Yeah, Jules. Thank you. Oh, man. Absolutely. Love for all. I love the recaps in case I miss a day. Have a good night, Gina. Thank you for being here. I love the recaps in case I miss a day or fall asleep. Yeah, I totally get it. Who are we all descendants of? Who are we all descendants of? Adam and Eve. Unless you're looking for like a more in-depth analysis. In the Bible, I mean. Oh, what did you say, Justin? All things lead to Jesus in the Bible, I mean. Yes, I totally... Yeah, Cindy. Yeah, Evelyn. Holly. Yes, absolutely. Very cool. So anyways, I don't know if anybody has any questions or anything like that. I know Eli really I love the background information. Right, Dina? Oh, man. So many things that I still don't even understand, which is fun. Can't wait till I do understand them. It's gonna be fun to connect more dots later on in the future and be like, wait a second, I connected that dot already, but I completely forgot. Thanks, Nick. DJ Nick in the house. You have a good night too, man. Yeah, I don't know if anybody has any questions, but since we kind of ended early, what time we start? 11:30, 11:30, or 11:45? Okay, so it's about 4 hours. So I don't know if anybody has any question. Not that I have anything. I enjoy it so much. I'm just so glad you post them. Yeah, Shalom. Absolutely. It's 12:38. Hello, Sarah. It is 3:38 here. Do you get flustered around voting time with elections and how to stay grounded? Flustered. I don't really get flustered. No, I get frustrated just because I know what they're already going to do. Which I'm assuming, at least, I don't know, but it seems like the writing's on the wall, you know. But, as far as the elections, I'm not looking at any one of them to be somebody to save America, because I know that all nations are going to go against Israel, and so you're seeing the writing on the wall. So I don't know. Paul tells us that the days are going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. We could pray for revival, which would be wonderful. I just don't think that it's going to happen right now where we're at, because I think, there's a lot of Christians. People are still being won for the Lord, which is wonderful. But as far as spiritual growth is concerned, there's just very little of that. You don't really see too many people with a very firm foundation, a very rock solid understanding of the Bible. You don't really see too many of that. And so if there's not somebody who's lit up about it, then they're not really going to want to tell people about it, which is why I love that one dude who messaged me the other day, and he's like, dude, I just got so excited about learning this. I just want to tell you. And I was like, bring it on. So he told me, and he's like, I'm just so excited. I was like, I know, it's wonderful. But that's what it's supposed to look like. But no, I don't really get flustered. Do you believe in the rapture? I do. Love always wins. I believe the next thing's going to happen is going to be the rapture. The harpazo, the seizing, the snatching away. I believe the next thing's going to happen is the rapture, and then we'll be in heaven for 7 years if you're born again. You'll be in heaven for 7 years, while on earth there's 7 years tribulation. Then after the 7 years tribulation, I believe we will come back to the earth with Jesus. He will be in front of us. He goes before us, which is, how cool is that? I mean, whoa. And so we are following him, which means he's going before us. Awesome visual. And then that's the Battle of Armageddon. And then he separates the sheep and goats. And then we go, that begins the millennial kingdom, where Satan's bound for 1,000 years. And then after 1,000 years, he gets released. And then after that, they all get thrown into the lake of fire. And then wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, we go into eternity. Got some work done, just came back, and we're wrapping up. Yeah, Melissa. Well, welcome back. Hopefully that makes sense. Why do some don't? I think it really just comes down to your hermeneutics. I think a lot of people watch a TikTok video. I think the majority of people are being led by people, because everybody is indoctrinated. I'm indoctrinated. You're indoctrinated. I mean, how many sayings do we say in our world that we actually don't even know where it came from? Like, we just say it. Like, what is Michael Scott or Dwight Schrute? I forget. Like, one in the hand is worth two in the bush or something like that. I can't even remember. It's like a weird saying, but it's just like with things like that. My point is that people listen to other people, and instead of them actually diving in and reading themselves and just doing the research and really searching and asking, for clarity, they just watch a 10-minute TikTok video and then they become an expert. And so I think that's just unfortunate. And so people who believe the rapture happens during the middle of the tribulation or after the tribulation, they just think that we're going to lose faith. And so they warn us, and it's just this whole weird thing. The writing on the wall, Dina, yeah. The writing on the wall. I will follow him anywhere, yeah. We have a wedding to attend in heaven. Ooh. Latter rain. So it's interesting to think about this, the bride. So this new Jerusalem, so the visual in a roundabout way is that the earth, there's going to be this earth. You know, when Jesus says, enter into the kingdom prepared for you, who does he say that to? He says it to the people who are on the earth that make it through the tribulation. So there's a kingdom that was prepared for them. That's weird. And so the kingdom is prepared for them. The people who are on the earth during the tribulation who are saved and they make it through. And then he's like, enter into the kingdom prepared for you. So that kingdom is different than the New Jerusalem. The New Jerusalem is kind of like a satellite city. The New Jerusalem is the bride. This is where we are living up here. And so the people in the kingdom over here can go to and from to where we live. But this is its own place. The New Jerusalem is its own place. It's kind of like a satellite city, if you will. At least that's the best visual that I can really paint for you as far as understanding. Really, really cool. Nina, how long have you been studying the Bible? Seriously? Like in a very serious manner? A year? The knitting needles are busy intertwining scripture. I never knew. True. Oh man, gotta get, oh, okay. I caught up. They are used to instant answer and instant gratification. Yeah, you know what's interesting about, I was actually thinking about making like a little video on that, but I didn't. There's so many things I'm like, ooh, I should make a little video on that, and then I never do because I'm like, my videos never go anywhere anyways. I get like 1,000 views, which is fine. I'm not here for views. I'm never gonna be one of those guys. Tap the screen, tap and share. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that. But I think it's interesting to look at the world that we're living in because I mean I'm sure you guys are familiar with it, but there's 1,000 gain a lot. yeah, could definitely. But it's interesting when you type in something in Google or in Brave or in whatever your messenger or your browser is, because when you hit search, I'm sure you guys are seeing the AI generated response, and it's so interesting because I did that and I do that all the time, but the AI generated response is not always right. And so it's interesting because like I know a decent amount about the Bible. Like I feel like I have a decent handle on it. Like there's so much I don't know. There's a lot more that I don't know than what I do know. But it's funny because when I search a question just for clarity, the AI will respond like ChatGPT, and it just types out this response, and then it just gives you the answer without you having to search for it. And so what's happening is that we're living in a time where the generation that's growing up is using that as their number one source. And so I think it's very important to make the connection here because people say, here's the connection that I'm trying to draw. Imagine during the millennial kingdom, when you and I, if you're born again right now, you and I will be in our glorified form and we will not ever be able to sin again. It's not going to be in our nature. It's not going to be a possibility. But for the people who are on the earth during the millennial kingdom, they're going to see you and I in our glorified form. They're going to see Jesus in his glorified form. They're going to be able to come up and talk to us, go up to him and talk to him, touch his hands, see all these things. And then at the end of the millennial kingdom, Satan's going to be released and he's going to go and deceive the human beings that are on the earth. And he's going to deceive a lot of people. Now, the question that people always ask is, why in the world, like, how could Satan deceive these people? Like, how could that actually happen? Well, let's use our world today for understanding. Because what you see in a world today is that if you go back 20 years, there's like, or let's go back 25 years, 25 years ago, there was like no cell phone. And if you did have a cell phone, it was the size of a brick. And so you'd literally be like, hello? And so that was the newest technology back then that was released to the public. But now, when you are here in our world today, you would laugh if I like picked up the phone and I had like this giant thing. You'd be like, what is that? I haven't seen that for decades. But what the younger generation would be like is be like, what is that? They wouldn't know. They'd be like, what is that? I've never even seen that before. And then if you start talking about like a cassette tape or a CD player or a vinyl or any of these things that the younger generation, they have no idea what it is. And so when you see the progression of time, and as time goes on, people forget what once was. And so when they forget once was, then they lose appreciation for how it was before. And so what I mean by that is, do you miss the time where we didn't have to worry about all the evil in the world and everybody wasn't connected and it seemed like a safer place, and it was just like, if you had a question, you would just go on without knowing the answer to it because there was no way to find it out. You would just be like, oh, okay, like I don't have Google. Google wasn't even a thing back then. And so my point is that if you fast forward in time during the millennial kingdom, these people are going to lose appreciation for what they have during the millennial kingdom. They're going to get used to seeing Jesus. They're going to be like, oh, there's Jesus. Yeah, I've heard about him my entire life. Okay, yeah, cool, whatever. And then they're going to see me in my glorified form and you in your glorified form. And we're going to be telling them this is how it is. And they're going to be like, yeah, I totally believe it 100%. And then one day this dude's going to show up and he's going to be like, hey, I know a better way. And then that guy is going to be Satan, and he is going to deceive people. And so all that to show you is that we all along needed a savior no matter what. But anyways, very, very interesting to see. But ChatGPT is, with all that kind of stuff, is that in our world today, the younger generation is learning to not think. They are quite literally being raised to not think. And what used to be, like in the books, like the schools don't even have books anymore, really. Like they take home like iPads and laptops and stuff like that. And the danger there is that when a book was printed, they couldn't just delete the book. They would have to burn the book. But now what they can do with the information that's out there now, is that now they can just delete it, or they can block your access to it, or they can remove it. And so all the things that they don't want us to see are very protected, and it's rather dangerous. And so you're seeing how the younger generation, I want you to imagine being an 8-year-old right now. You're an 8-year-old. You are in this life, and you're walking around, and your face is constantly glued to a phone. And everywhere you look, you're just like, what? And then you go right back to it. What? We'll go back to it and just be like playing and like Snapchatting and like texting people. And they don't have a grasp on reality. And the danger is that they're learning that this is normal. And when they think that this is normal and convenient, and I can push a button and then something gets delivered to my house, and this happens and this happens and this happens, and I get whatever I want, they're learning that convenience is king. And when they learn that convenience is king, then they're going to be more susceptible to line up for a very convenient system that is coming down the pipe sooner or later. And they're going to be like, okay, yeah, if it's convenient, go ahead and do it. Then I'm just on board. And they're not seeing the danger because they're not being taught. And so they're just like sheep to a slaughter. And it's just this very dangerous, slippery slope that we are in. I miss that time. Right, Penny? Yeah, me too. I miss that time. And use a real physical Bible. Absolutely, Henry. That's funny. My daughter and I just had that conversation. Nice. An 8-track tape. Cindy, you just told me how old. No, I'm totally messing with you. I can't imagine. It is so sad. It is. It's just one of those encyclopedias. Yes. Like, remember? I know. I mean, I'm only 36 years old, so I know some of you are like, child, please. Right? Like, that's. But it's just remarkable to see how much has changed in my lifetime. And if it's changed that much in my lifetime, things are speeding up. And if things are speeding up, which are very clear because you look over in Israel right now and you see all of these nations, Israel is fighting a 7-front war. And I told you this at the beginning, and I'll say it again for those who weren't here. But America made the statement that Iran, it's believed that Iran is about 7 to 10 days away from having nuclear capabilities, which is remarkable. Why? Because Iran is directly involved in the future war that the Bible is talking about in Ezekiel 38 and 39. But I believe that war will not take place until the rapture occurs. The rapture will occur, I believe, and then that will kick off. Why? Because God's going to intervene in a supernatural way. And if God intervenes in a supernatural way, then it will be very clear to the people on earth that it was supernatural. And if we were here, we would be able to see like that was God. And so we need to be removed first. You're just a youngin'. I know. Yup, I'm old. Oh man, they see their parents doing that and not putting a stop to it. Man, I'm telling you, yeah, parents, it's the parents. I keep saying it. Yeah, or manipulate it. Absolutely, Henry. It really is scary. Absolutely. It is, trucker Jeremiah. It really is. It's hyper addicting. It releases all kinds of dopamine, and it's very interesting because of what first thing we do when we wake up in the morning, grab your phone, turn your alarm off, and then since your phone's in your hand, you might as well look at it and see if there's anybody who texted you. I sleep with my phone on airplane mode because I don't feel like being roasted while I am sleeping. Have you heard of a neutron bomb? Yeah, absolutely. We talked about that the other night, Dina. Other parents think we are strange. We've kept our son offline till he hit 12. No digital in the bedroom. Absolutely, Henry. Absolutely. I am blown away. There are so many people that are in my wife's family. Like when we went on vacation with them, I was like, this is going to just make me go crazy because I was seeing all of them just running around on... Yeah. Juanito, thank you so much. Have a good night, Jenny. Thank you so much for being here. Both parents working full time. It's being used as a babysitter. If you listen to my friends when I turned 30, I'm ancient. Oh no. What Bible do you read? Evelyn, I read a New King James Bible. It's the Schofield variety. Henry, what time is it? Yeah, absolutely, Jenny. Absolutely blocked. Blocked. Speaking of blocked, is Leah still here? I need to block somebody. If you're not, I'm with you, says the Lord Jesus Christ. Yeah, Victor. They told me to think of the senior discounts. Oh, gosh. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Well, all right, guys. Well, that is when might be on next. It's going to be a while. I'm going to Boston tomorrow. So if anybody is in Boston that's in here right now, holler at your boy. No, I'm just kidding. But I'll be in Boston for a couple days doing some things. And then I'll come back. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a while. Sorry. Probably 5 days, maybe 6 days. I'm not sure. Absolutely, Justin. Thanks for being here. Boston in the fall. Nice. Don't be gone too long. They will be uploaded to YouTube, Sarah, if you're interested. Prayers for a safe trip. Thank you so much. Come to Texas. Oh, man. Books all the way. Only the Wii Sports. Wii Sports. Play Wii tennis. Ryan, thank you for all that you made Bible study fun. Awesome, Cindy. I am glad because there's some days, I'm telling you, when we did Zechariah 14, I had the biggest headache that entire time. I was like, I was driving home. I was like popping. I was like when I was leaving and like later that day I was driving, and when I was driving I was just like, man, this is headaches. Headaches are not the best. Drink water. The Nibbler. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. We might see you in the clouds before then. Hopefully, Nina. But I'm telling you, I gotta do it. Gotta tell people about Jesus while we have time. I'll be studying the YouTube post till then. Awesome, Shalom. I appreciate that. I'm gonna have to start waking up early just to hear your whole message. Waking up? What time do you wake up? But thank you, Cindy. I really do appreciate it. Wave at New Jersey if you pass by in a plane. Okay. What is one of the things that Adam and Eve did when they left the garden? Oh, is this a joke? I don't know if this is a joke. Where are you from? I am from Ohio. Only in Ohio. But I go all over. I got 2 hours a day. Let's go, Henry. It is a joke. Okay. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if you want me to you want me to answer this biblically? Okay, what it was, one of the things that Adam and Eve did when they left that garden? I don't know. I have a headache tonight as well. Oh, I'm sorry. My son is studying your YouTube post now. Awesome, Sandy. Very cool. What's the answer, Michelle? I woke up at 2:30 and I live in Louisiana. Sheesh. During the last Bible study, I had a terrible, never-ending headache. Yeah, during the last study, Melissa. No, I have been suffering through one all night. Oh, they raised Cain. You have cousins in Columbus? Let's go, Henry. Very cool. I'm from Michigan. I'm sorry. But now in southern Ohio. It's an adjustment. Yeah. It must be nicer being in a better place. Am I right? No, I'm totally kidding. I honestly don't understand the rival between Michigan and Ohio. I'm never going to be one of those people. But Michigan can suck it. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm totally kidding. No, I'm not. I don't know what to think. That's so weird. No, I'm not even a football fan. What excuse did Adam give his kids while they were kicked out of the garden? Michigan here too. That's okay, Penny. What excuse did Adam give his kids while they were kicked out of the garden? Your wife did it, or this woman you gave me. I don't know, something along that way. Oh man. All right. Well, guys, I have a good night, Mark. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna get on out of here. If you guys have any questions about anything, I went golfing there in Michigan not too long ago. Don't come to California. Don't worry, Sarah. I won't. I don't have any problems avoiding that place. But I upload all of these to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here in my TikTok profile. If you guys want to go check it out, you're more than welcome to. Oh, that's one of the things I was going to say about TikTok, or about YouTube. I'm sorry. YouTube, these studies that we're doing, it's really interesting because my perspective and knowledge has grown. And so now looking at Revelation, which is where we started, this is what I wanted to say earlier. Looking at Revelation, which is where we started, my eyes are so much different now than what they were when we went through it the first time. It's so interesting because if I were to go back and rewatch my videos, I'd be like, ooh, I would have said that much differently. Or like, man, what? Like there's some things, and it's so much fun because I'm just like, oh, okay. And so just keep that in mind. Like if you guys are watching YouTube, just understand I'm growing, and my understanding is growing, and the connections are growing. And so if you watch them all, I'm sure you'll be able to see the progression of the growth and the connections and whatnot, because it's really, really quite cool. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate it. I love the study of Revelation. It was so much fun. It was so good, and it was very, very real. Honestly, like if you're like, and I don't say this flippantly, but if you some people are like, hey, where do you think I should start reading the Bible? Well, if you have somebody who knows what they're talking about, I would say start in Revelation. Honestly. Why? Because if you start in Revelation, it forces you to go everywhere and unpack so many things throughout the entire Bible. And so if you understand how things end and all the connections all throughout the rest of Scripture, then you're going to gain so much knowledge just by studying the book of Revelation. But don't do that if you don't have somebody who is guiding you or telling you, because if you don't, then you're just going to be like, what the heck is going on here? He had how many heads? You should do the books all again live anyways. Every time we reread, we learn even more. Absolutely. Are you coloring outside? Are you reading Jeremiah chapter 13? I've grown a lot since Revelation as well. Awesome, Dina. Very cool. That's what it's about. That's what I want, a closer relationship with my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Absolutely, Penny. Got to start somewhere. It's all, you get out what you put in. I enjoy Boston. Thank you so much. So funny when references come up. I often think of your studies. Very cool. Save travels, Ryan. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely, Sandy. So all of this is going to be uploaded to YouTube, just in case you guys are interested. Like I said, it's up there. The one thing I want you to know before I leave is to understand how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's only one way, and you need to believe, well, you need to understand you're a sinner and that you're under a death penalty. And then when you understand that, you need to believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried, and he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It's a free gift. It is a free, wonderful gift. And Paul tells us in Ephesians 2:8-9, for by grace are you saved through faith. You are saved through faith. Seems a little too simple. For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Oh, man. Thanks, Julie. I appreciate it. It is, and we are saved through faith in God. Very cool. Absolutely. It is beautiful. That and the next chapter really let you know who is doing what right now. But, well, we pray you have a safe trip and be safe. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. That's why I need to find a church here, studying on my own and with you guys. Man, great study here. There is a blessing attached to reading Revelation. Absolutely. Thank you for using the plural there, Lisa. Very cool. Yeah, I'm sure we'll do Revelation again. Last night's study was incredible. Last night? This one? Or last night? Zechariah 14? Are you talking about Zechariah 14? That Zechariah 14. I'm telling you what. I was talking to my dad. I was like, Dad, we just finished Zechariah 14. Thank you, Michelle. We just finished Zechariah 14, and I was like, that chapter took 3 hours. It took 3 hours, and it could have taken easily so much more. But like when you start diving in, I was like, man, I'm like, dude, if you're ever looking for a new church and you like don't know what the pastor thinks, or like you're trying to feel out what the pastor's understanding is, a great litmus test to test the knowledge of a pastor is be like, hey, pastor, I'm new here. What do you think about Zechariah 14? Because Zechariah 14 is wild. But yeah, Cindy, man, that was so much fun. Thank you for that gift, Michelle. I appreciate it. Under the sun, do the same things throughout history. Yeah, absolutely. Coloring outside the lines for sure. But I'm glad you enjoyed that study, because I enjoyed it as well. 200 of us gonna go tell today. Henry, let's go. Oh, man. Good morning. What's up, David? You're welcome. Sorry I've been absent. You're in trouble. I am mad. No, I'm just kidding. LOL. No S, only explanation. That's right. Revelations. Totally kidding. For someone that is new in Christ, what books of the Bible should I start with? John, Penny. I love the book of John. But, I'm telling you, if you're just, I don't know what your schedule's like, but those YouTube videos that I post up there do a verse-by-verse explanation, and really, really understanding, having somebody explain it to you really, really helps your knowledge and your perspective grow, which is the whole idea of growing. Like, you can read the Bible. There's a difference between reading a couple chapters and studying. Like I told you guys, it took me 8 hours roughly to do Matthew chapter 1 and Matthew chapter 2. And that was before we started this live, and this live took like 4.5 hours. So that's 12 hours just for two chapters. So really, you get out what you put in, and so it's fun to do it. And so when you put the work in, you really do get blessed. There's really quite a blessing that is attached to it. And so that blessing, when you find something yourself, that's yours. You hang on to that, and then that's God putting wind in your sails. And so when you get hit from the left side, right side, whatever, and you're getting smacked around, that thing that you found, that's what you're gonna hold on to. Be like, this is mine, and I know that my Redeemer lives. It's like, hey, that's what that meant. Man, so many times, so many dots are connected. Coloring outside. What's your name? Have you watched The Chosen? I have watched a couple of them, but I'm skeptical, and I think there's a danger behind it. But if you know you know how to think, then I think that's okay. But my fear is that people watch it and they basically make that their Bible. Hey, thank you, Lisa. Um, how do you find it on YouTube? Yeah, Penny, if you just go to my YouTube, which is in my TikTok, or you could just type in "It's Sheesh" in YouTube, and then you'll find my account there. And then there's all the chapters. There's all the books. We've done all the books. They're in playlists. So you just push play in John chapter 1, and then you can see all the chapters. They're all divided in different. They're all divided. They're very they're well self-explanatory once you see the playlist, I suppose. It's eye-opening. Yeah, coloring. We just had a big discussion about the manger and the star over breakfast. Thanks to you. Really? Awesome, Henry. Very cool. That is so cool, man. And Daniel and the wise men. Let's go, man. The Magi. It's sheesh. Yeah. So if you just type this in, thanks, Henry. If you just type this in, Penny. If you just type in what's pinned right here. If you just type that into YouTube, then you'll be able to find my YouTube account, and all that stuff you'll be able to see it. Absolutely. They take poetic license on The Chosen. Yeah, they just fill in the blanks the best way that they seem how. Do you believe in celebrating Halloween has become a small family issue with me staying out of it? Yeah, that's interesting. It's Halloween. So we understand like what, it's not, it's you can look at it in a couple different ways, I suppose. Like if you open up your home and you hand out candy, you can use that as a way to reach children, because you can hand out candy, and then you can hand out little tracts to the kids, and you can try it. That might be the only gospel message that they ever get. And so I think that you can use anything. Paul says in Colossians, he says, "Let no one judge you in drink, or in food, or in drink, or in new moon, or in Sabbath." And so I think that's really important to really land there ultimately, because somebody might be convicted about one thing, whereas the other person might not be convicted about it. And so as things change throughout your walk, and perspective changes. And Paul even says to the people in Corinth, he's like, "And such were some of you." And so, whatever you do all to the glory of God, honestly. So I don't, people who celebrate, who take their children and they go house to house and they let them dress up as a little princess or something like that, I think that's fine. But for the people who are convicted about it, I think that's fine. And so that's kind of where, hopefully that makes sense. Because then you can go to Christmas, like Shalom says, because then Christmas, like, they're all pagan holidays. And so where does it stop? Because everything that we do in America is rooted back to the Babylonian roots. And so it's just like, oh man, if you're going to just try to avoid every single thing out there, then you're going to fail miserably. And then you're also going to probably start getting a little legalistic in your mentality, which is dangerous. But yeah, I actually really love that idea. Yeah, you can just turn it around. Celebrate Christ during the pagan holidays. It was originally All Hallowed Eve in the church. Oh, was it? My family and I don't celebrate Christmas, Easter, Valentine's Day. They were created, worship pagan gods. Yeah, you can worship God as long as I don't hear preachers in the pulpit preaching that James walked with a limp. Where do you find out what the names of the Bible mean? Where do you find out what the names of the Bible? Like the names that we looked up, like the genealogy from Adam to Noah. You can just I use the Blue Letter Bible app, In the Blue Letter Bible, it's a really great tool. I use it all the time. It's one of the most frequently used apps on my phone, just because of like I'm constantly like wondering, what does this mean in the Hebrew? What does this mean in the Greek? What does this mean in the Hebrew? And so I use the Blue Letter Bible app, which is a great start. BLB, if you type it in to your app store. BLB. It's a little blue app, and it's the Blue Letter Bible app. It takes them like 5 minutes to get used to it, but once you understand, if you have any questions, message me here on TikTok, because I've explained it to a couple people already, so I can just tell you the same thing. They got it real quick too. So, all right, guys. Well, somebody Young's literal translation to me, but I don't know much about it. Young's literal translation is just like another. So it's just a tool. Like I use a New King James version, and so the Young's literal translation basically is another resource. It's like I read the New King James version, and I'm just like, okay, what is this verse even talking about? And so if you want a different perspective, you can look at the Young's literal translation and be like, okay, this is what they said it said. This is what the New King James says it says. And then you have two perspectives. And so with the two perspectives, you get a better understanding of what the message is that's being relayed, whether it's in Greek or Hebrew or whatever. And so that's the whole gist of the idea. And so on the Blue Letter Bible, it has all of those Bibles on there. You can literally compare any verse to whatever Bible you want to. And I do that all the time too. BLB now downloading. Let's go, Henry. Yeah, if you have any questions about how to use it, like all you got to do is, and I'm just going to say this so you guys can understand it. When you go, let's say you go to Romans chapter 1. When you go to Romans chapter 1, you see Romans chapter 1, verse 1, verse 2, verse 3, verse 4. Let's say you have a question about verse 1. Let's say you want to know what the word in verse 1 means. What you do is you literally tap on verse 1, and then a screen opens up, and then you tap on the very first option. The very first option is interlinear concordance. You tap on that button, and then it opens up a new screen, and then you scroll down, and then you'll see all the words in English and in Hebrew, or English and in Greek, English, Greek, English, Greek, and then you scroll down to where you find the word that you want, and then you just click on the word that you want, and then it opens up what it means and how it's described in different ways that it can be taken in different places in the Bible where that same word is used, and it's just like a whole map. It's just like you're just going all over the place. And this is what's so interesting about the time that we're living in right now, because we're living in a time where it's at the touch of a button, which is remarkable. It is literally at the touch of a button. And so when you go back, like 50 years ago, if you asked the pastor a question, it would take him like 2 weeks to find. But now we're living in a time where there's so many students of the Bible who have unpacked, and all of these verses and passages have already been traveled. And so we can look things up online, and we can be like, I wonder what this guy thought on it, and I wonder what this guy thought on it. And so then you see their different perspectives, and you're like, okay, well, this one seems to make more sense for the bigger picture, so that fits what I understand the rest of the Bible to be saying, because this one's leaving out this over here. And so that's what we're doing. We're trying to just grow and try to understand, but there's so many people who have been building on the foundation for such a long time, and now here you and I are, and now we get to build on top of that. That's building. What online thing were you speaking of? Hello, all my life. All my life you have been. Online thing. The online thing is Blue Letter Bible. Blue Letter Bible. Blue Letter Bible app. I also use another one, but you have to pay for it. It's called eSword LT. I think that one's like $6, but I like that one too. But the Blue Letter Bible is free. The eSword LT, which is a different app, which is the one that you have to pay for, I like that one because I like the way that you can search things. Like you can search certain words, you can search phrases, and it's very friendly, at least to my eye. but I really, really enjoy the Blue Letter Bible app, so I would use that one. All Blue Letter Bible. Yeah. All. No. It's just nothing but Blue Letter Bible. And if you type that into your app store on your phone, just type Blue Letter Bible into your app store and just download the Blue Letter Bible app. You will see it. And if you have any questions about it, feel free to message me on how to use it. Yeah, MASH, it's absolutely amazing. Yeah, I like it too. Night night. Thank you, Jenny. I already downloaded the Blue Letter Bible app. Let's go. Very cool. Hello. I like the message version on the Holy Bible app. You can choose the option to listen to it. Yeah. Did you know that you can listen to the entire Bible? All right. Have a good night, Nina. Did you can listen to like the entire Bible in like, what was it? I just heard this like the other day. I think it's possible to listen to the entire Bible in like 30 hours or something like that. If it's being read to you like on a computer. You can listen to Blue Letter Bible as well. Okay, very cool. Yeah, Lottie, absolutely. Have a good night. I got it downloaded, the Bible. Awesome. It's fantastic. Just jumping through it now. Cool, Henry. Use it, man. You're gonna love it. Blue Letter Bible, eSword LT. Yes, these are the two. Thank you, David. These are the two that I use. Blue Letter Bible and eSword LT. Those are the two that I use, just in case. The Blue Letter Bible is free. The eSword LT is like $6 or something like that, but very worth it. But I mean, they kind of do the same thing. The commentaries, I like the commentaries in the eSword. Yeah, these are all awesome tools that are very, very great. Like, it's funny, when I go to church and I'm listening to my dad preach, he'll be saying something, he'll read a verse, I'll look down, I'll see something in my Bible, I'll see the word, and I'll be like, next thing you know, like, my mind, like, I just completely, I don't even hear my dad anymore, because I'm just like, I'm like on my own, like, trail, like, diving in. And then he always makes fun of me. He's like, yeah, I saw you over there, like, leaning down and writing in your Bible. He's like, you probably weren't even listening to me. And I was like, no, not for those 5 minutes I wasn't, because I was, like, I was, like, in my own little world. But, yeah, it's fun. Look forward to the next study. Absolutely, Lisa. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Eat all the chowder. Have a good night. Coffee. Thanks for being here. Are you doing the Bible study? Yeah, we already did it. It is done. We did Matthew chapter 1 and chapter 2. It was very good. Yeah. All right. Are your dad's sermons online too? Where can you listen to the Bible in 30? No, not 30 minutes, in 30 hours. It's just if you literally pushed play from Genesis 1:1 and it just continued to read all the way to Revelation 22, it would take about 30 hours, not 30 minutes. You came in late. Yeah, that's okay. All of these are uploaded to YouTube, there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you're interested, all of these verse by verse studies, we dive in deep, we unpack things, we really explain, do some background, really good stuff, really good studies, really fun. I enjoy it. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, all the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah, and now we're in Matthew. And not a single one of these books has been easy, by the way. I'm just telling you, but it's fun. It's good to dive into it. Glad to see more people sharing the word on here. Absolutely, man. But yeah, I am going to get on out of here, and I appreciate you guys, and I am if you guys have any questions about anything, like I said, I want you the one thing I want you to know more than anything is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. One way, Christ and Christ alone. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Feel free to reach out and message me at any time. You're never going to bother me. I love talking to you guys. I really do. I think it's so much fun, like, talking to people all around the world. Henry's from Ireland. I mean, that's my buddy. I don't even know him, but he's my buddy. I don't know anybody in here, actually, but I think it's really cool because now I do feel like I do know you guys, and it's really neat. And so I'm encouraged by you, and hopefully I'm encouraging you. And so, yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to get out of here. Like I said, you don't have to follow me here on TikTok. I don't know when I'm going to go live again. I'm going to Boston, like I said, so it'll probably be like 5 or 6 days. But as I normally do, I put out a little TikTok story to let you guys have like
like 8 hours in advance notice the next time the next study is going to be. These studies are like 4 or 5 hours long a piece, so I know that's a long time. So I appreciate you guys sticking out with me the entire time. And yeah, I will try to get you notice next time whenever I do know when the next live will be. So we will dive on into it. Try to tell somebody about Jesus if you can. Try to share the gospel. Seriously, time is short. Israel's being surrounded on all sides. It's really remarkable. Pray for Israel. And when I say pray for Israel, understand I'm not saying that I support their political beliefs. I just am praying for Jerusalem because most of them are lost. And we are just told to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. So lift them up if you will, and pray for the people that you might have the opportunity to share the gospel to, that their hearts might be softened. It's a really cool thing that we have the privilege to pray to God. What an amazing visual. And not only do we have the privilege to pray to him, but we also have the privilege to share the gospel. Are you kidding me? We have the opportunity to be used by God. How cool is that? All right, guys. I am out of here. Try to tell somebody about Jesus. And if you do, let me know because I love hearing about it. I am out. You guys be safe. Take care. See you guys.